If you'll come forward to be sworn wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me, that's perfect. You'll face me and raise your right hand. We're going to bring you around here after I swear you in. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. You put your hand down. You'll follow the bailiff around to the ramp. Leads up to the witness chair. Please watch you step. There is cords. They're taped down, but do watch your step. And then when you get to that chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone does adjust. It moves around and up and down if necessary.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Absolutely.
Good morning, Mr. Sanchez. Could you please tell us your full name for the record?
Good morning, Johnny Joe Sanchez.
Okay, and are you employed, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And how are you employed?
I work for Norton's Tampa Bay Fisheries.
And what do you do for Tampa Bay Fisheries?
We sort out fish, sell tropical fish.
How long have you been working for Tampa Bay Fisheries?
14 and a half years.
Without giving us your address, sir, what area of town do you call home?
Apollo Beach.
And how long have you been residing in Apollo Beach?
Going on 2.5 years.
2.5 years. And prior to that, what area of town did you call home?
Before that was Ruskin.
How long did you live in Ruskin?
Give or take about 7 years.
I am going to direct your attention, sir, to 2009, 2010. Where were you residing in 2009 and 2010?
Waimama.
During that period of time, did you know a gentleman by the name of Michael Keetley?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know Mr. Keetley?
Ice cream man.
Let me ask you this. Did you know his full name to be Michael Keetley?
At that time, no.
When did you find out that his full name was Michael Keetley?
A couple months after.
So during the period of time that you knew Mr. Keetley as the ice cream man, you came to find out that his name was Michael Keetley.
Yes, ma'am.
Was he known as the ice cream man or Mike?
Yeah, Mike, yeah.
In what area of town did you know him as the ice cream man?
Waimama.
How often would you see Mr. Keetley in Waimama during that period in 2009?
Daily basis.
Okay, and how did you see him?
Oh, selling ice cream in the afternoons.
Do you remember what type of vehicle he drove when he was selling the ice cream?
Yes, a purple van.
Did there come a time in 2010 when Mr. Keetley stopped coming around?
Yes.
Did you find out from the media or otherwise that he, meaning Mr. Keetley, had been a victim of a robbery where he had been shot?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see him after that?
Yes.
Now, using Thanksgiving of 2010 as a guide, how soon did you see Mr. Keetley? A couple of days, a couple of months, a couple
Before
of weeks?
that?
Yes,
a
before
couple
Thanksgiving.
Of months. A couple of months. Yes, ma'am.
And how did you run into Mr. Keetley again?
He was selling ice cream again.
Was he driving the same van?
Yes.
Did he have anybody else in the van at that time?
Yes.
During that period, so a couple of months before Thanksgiving of 2010, he starts selling ice cream again.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is in Waimama?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that at your home or somebody else's home?
My mother's home.
Is that the same area where he used to sell ice cream to your kids before?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you reside in connection to your mom's house?
Right behind her house.
And during that period of time, during those 2 months prior to Thanksgiving of 2010, did he have any conversations with you where he inquired if you knew a certain individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember how that happened?
Just out of nowhere, he just asked if I knew somebody by the name of Creep or Creeper.
Okay. Was he in his delivery route?
Yes.
And he asked you if you knew somebody by the name of Creep or Creeper?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know somebody by that name?
No, I did not.
Did you tell him whether or not you knew that person?
I told him I didn't know.
Did he tell you or did you inquire why he wanted to know?
No.
Right? I know it's been 10 years. How Do you know or do you remember when it was that he asked you this in connection to when he started coming back selling ice cream?
No, I don't recall.
Did he inquire at any other time whether or not you knew the gentleman by the name of Creep or Creeper?
Yeah, it was about 2 or 3 occasions.
May I have a moment, Judge?
Absolutely.
I know it's been 10 years, Mr. Sanchez, but do you see Mr. Keetley in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
And could you please tell us where you see him and the article of clothing that he's wearing?
Green shirt, right over there.
And let the record reflect that he is pointed to counsel table and that Mr. Keetley is in fact wearing a green shirt, and could the record reflect that he has identified Mr. Keetley?
The record shall so reflect.
I don't have any other questions. Judge calls the witness.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, if you could give me a second.
Absolutely.
Sanchez, so how you knew Mr. Keetley was because he was the ice cream man that would come through the neighborhood selling ice cream.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you would see him pretty much on a daily basis if you were at home.
Yes, ma'am.
You'd hear the little music playing, you would all come out and buy ice cream.
Yes,
from
ma'am.
him. Okay, and then for a period of time, you didn't see him at all, right?
Yes, ma'am. Right.
And it was after he was shot, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you just told us, I want to make sure that when you started seeing him again, it was a couple of months before Thanksgiving 2010,
Yes,
correct? And when you saw him again, there was somebody else that was assisting him on that purple truck,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Did you know that person that was assisting him on the
No, I
purple
don't.
truck? And you were aware, after he got shot, you saw collection jars out in the area, let's say, some of the convenience stores and advanced auto parts that had his picture injured and some facts about his shooting case. You recall that?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you recall that there was a reward that was being offered for information regarding this case? Do
No.
you recall that at all?
No, I don't.
And when he asked you if you knew somebody by the name of Creeper, it was a question he was asking you. You answered, no, I don't.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
that was the end of that,
That was
correct?
it. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Keetley didn't get nasty with you, correct?
No, ma'am.
He didn't confront you in any way?
No, ma'am.
And during your transactions with him over the years, he was always pleasant to you and pleasant to deal with,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
No, sir, thank you.
May this witness be excused by the state
Yes, sir.
and by the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You may be excused as a witness at this time.
Thank you.
I'll ask the state to call your next witness.
Thank you, Stacy Rogan.
Stacy Rogan. If you'll come forward. If you'll face me and raise your right hand to be sworn as a witness, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony that you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. You can put your hand down. If you'll follow the bailiff around to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step on those cords on the floor. When you get to that chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone does adjust if necessary.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Please state your name, ma'am.
Stacy Rogan,
Ms. Rogan, in what city do you reside?
Riverview,
And that's in South Hillsborough County?
yes.
And how are you employed, or what line of work do you do?
I'm not working right now.
In the past, have you been involved in selling ice cream off of a truck or van?
For 20 years.
Okay. At some point in 2008, around Halloween, did you come into contact and meet a person by the name of Michael Keetley?
I did.
And was that at a place called the Beer Shed?
It was.
And is that a little bar restaurant off of the Alafaya in the South, the Alafaya River in the South County?
That's correct.
Okay, were you with anybody when you met him?
A girlfriend, yes.
Okay. Did you have some type of, without going into it, some type of innocuous conversation with him at the beer shed? Some kind of conversation at all?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And after that, well, do you see that individual that you knew as Michael Keetley in the courtroom today?
I do.
And can you point him out and identify what he's wearing?
A green shirt.
Please let the record reflect Ms. Rogan has identified the defendant, Michael Keetley.
Record shall so reflect.
So, after that first meeting of Michael Keetley, did you again have contact with him, although not in person?
Yes.
And was that on a computer dating website called Plenty of Fish?
Yes.
Okay. And how does that Plenty of Fish work? Is it like emailing or?
Yes, emails back and forth.
And at some point, did you have email contact with him through that website, Plenty of Fish?
Several times.
Okay. Did it, while you were having that contact with him, did you come to remember that this was a person you'd met at the beer shed?
Immediately.
Okay. At some point, well, did you have conversations with him? Did you meet him in person as a result of your Plenty of Fish contacts?
We did.
Okay. Did you start to date him?
We did.
And what, at that time, were you selling ice cream?
Yes.
And what kind of van? What color?
Purple.
Okay. What was the general vicinity within Hillsborough County that you would sell? What was your route?
In Riverview.
In Riverview, okay. Did you have conversations with Mr. Keetley about your job, about what you did on the route?
Yes.
And at some point, is this now then in 2009 when you start to date him?
I don't remember the year.
Okay. But was it before he was robbed and shot?
Yes.
Okay. We know that to be January 23rd of 2010, so you would have dated him sometime in the previous year, 2009?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, while you were dating Mr. Keetley, did he become interested in the ice cream sales business?
Yes.
And did you, what if anything, did you do to help him or show him the business?
I taught him everything.
Okay. Did he come onto your van with you so you could show him the routes and how it works and where to buy?
I don't remember that.
Okay. But did you share him where you would get the ice cream
Yes.
and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did Mr. Keetley, to your knowledge, start his own route selling ice cream?
Yes.
Did you have a nickname, the Ice Cream Chick?
Yes.
And was that on your van?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you two photographs, numbers 147 and 145. It's just ask you if you recognize the vehicle shown in that van. Or show me those pictures.
Yeah, that's my 1982. I think that's my van.
Okay. Well, on the back of one, do you see the ice cream hick with the first letter?
I do, and I don't remember why. I don't even know why that would be written on there because that was not my doing.
Okay. All right. Judge, I move states 145, 147 in evidence.
Go ahead and take a look and let me know if you have any objections.
No, Judge.
They'll be admitted.
May I publish them briefly? Is that a photo of the back of the van? It's on the screen to your left.
Actually,
No,
it's
it's
not.
not.
Oh, it's not. Okay. Thank you, sir. Now,
So-
let me ask you, is that a photograph of the back of the van?
I don't know, but that lettering that's on there was not on my van,
Okay.
and the van that I had that was purple was a 1982 Ford van.
And is this this says Econoline, do you have a question whether this is your van or not?
I do, only because that's not my writing up there. The writing that I had, when it said ice cream trick, it was custom letters that were
Okay.
purchased.
So you're not sure whether or not these photographs may or may not pertain to the purple ice cream van that you had?
Correct.
Okay, that's fine. So, approximately how long a period of time did you date Mr. Keetley? Just ballpark estimate.
6 or 7 months.
Was it a continuous dating or was it kind of on and off?
Very on and off.
At times, did you meet his parents?
I did.
And did you visit their residence off of Highway 301 in South County?
I did.
As you began to date him, did you learn what he had done for work in the past?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
That he was a airline mechanic for Delta.
At some point in the fall or late summer of 2009, did you and Mr. Keetley stop dating?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And do you recall the last time you dated or went to an event with him to be a Motley Crue concert in August of 2009?
Yes.
At some point in early 2010, did you learn through media sources or others that Mr. Keetley had been robbed and shot while he was on his ice cream route?
Yes.
And did you reach out to him, initiate contact in any fashion after that to check on him?
He called me from the hospital.
Okay. From the time that you broke up, from the time that he called you from the hospital after he had been shot until Thanksgiving of 2010, which would have been approximately 10 or 11 months later, did you ever see this defendant, Mr. Keetley, on the street while you were driving your route in South Hillsborough County?
Yes, once while I was on my route.
Okay. And did Mr. Keetley, were you in your ice cream van?
Yes.
Did Mr. Keetley approach you?
Yes.
And did you have any kind of conversation with him?
Yes.
Did you see him, watch him as he approached?
Yes.
Do you recall whether this was summer or fall of 2010? Do you recall?
I don't. I do not.
Okay. Did you recall having any impression of how he walked?
He appeared to be walking fine.
Okay. Did you see any noticeable limp or any
I did
apparent
not.
disability?
I did not.
Okay. Was that also just a conversation that wasn't really significant, nothing important?
No. Yeah. Nothing that I even remember.
Okay. How long did that conversation last? About
3 minutes.
Okay. And did you continue on your route?
Yes.
Throughout 2010, were there occasions when you would text Mr. Keetley?
Probably yes.
And would he respond and text you back?
Yes.
At some point in November of 2010, did you have a telephone conversation with Mr. Keetley where he indicated that he was meeting somebody at a Publix in the southern part of the county to buy a firearm?
Yes.
Do you recall what he said about that?
He just said that he was meeting someone in the Publix parking lot to buy a new handgun.
Did he tell you why he was buying a new handgun?
Because his hand wasn't comfortable, I guess, with whatever he had prior.
Okay. After that conversation, excuse me for a moment. At some point, well, let me go back to when he called you from the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Did he describe to you what happened?
Yes.
What did he tell you happened?
That he was working and that a car pulled up behind him and flashed the lights, and he stopped, and a female approached the truck, wanted to know what kind of soda he had. And he looked in his cooler and told her whatever sodas he had, and turned around, and there was 2 masked gunmen standing there.
Did he tell you what race or ethnicity the gunmen were?
He did. He said that the female of the gunmen were black.
Did he describe the injuries he suffered?
Oh, yes. I mean, I don't remember in detail, but
Okay.
yes.
Did he indicate to you whether he was armed or he had a gun in the van at the time?
He indicated that he was armed.
And do you recall specifically what he said in that regard?
He said that he had a pistol in his, back of his pants.
At some point after that conversation, where he called you from the hospital, did you learn as a result of communication with him, whether it was on the phone or through text, that he was resuming normal activities, driving his route again, and engaging in karaoke?
Yes.
Okay. During any conversation with you that you had with him, whether it be in text or on the phone, after his hospitalization, did he ever discuss having been frustrated with the sheriff's office investigation into his robbery shooting?
Yes.
Do you recall what he said in that regard?
That they weren't listening to the leads he found, and he was very frustrated. And
At any point during those conversations, whether they be text or oral conversations, did he indicate, Mr. Keetley, that he had been doing anything to try to locate or ascertain the identity of the people that had shot him?
yes,
What did he tell you about how he was doing that?
him and his dad were gonna bulletproof his truck, and they were looking for the people that he was getting leads about.
Okay. Did he indicate that he was asking people on his route for information?
Yes.
At some point, did Mr. Keetley advise you either in text or in verbal conversations that he had changed his belief as to the ethnicity of the people who had shot and robbed him?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
He told me to look for a Mexican man with a creeper tattoo on him.
Was that about 2 or 3 months before Thanksgiving of 2011? Excuse me, 2010, do you recall?
Not really. I mean,
Okay. As far as the time frame, you
Yeah, that sounds about right.
okay. But do you recall with specificity those words that you just said that he told you to look for a Mexican
Yes.
man with creeper tattoo?
Yes.
Did the phrase vigilante justice ever be brought up by Mr. Keetley while you spoke with him or texted with him?
Yes.
Tell us what he said in that regard.
He just said that he understood why vigilante justice existed. I mean,
On the day after Thanksgiving of 2010, were you in the South Bay Hospital attending to a broken bone?
mhm. Yes.
Okay. And at that point, did you provide a statement to investigating deputies and detectives?
I did.
May I have a moment, please?
Yes.
I would tender the witness. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Ms. Rogan.
I wanna,
Ms. Rogan, when, besides that one time that you saw Mr. Keetley by happen chance, you were doing your route and you had a brief encounter with him on the side of the road, you physically did not see him between the times he was shot in January of 2010 until probably today, correct?
yes.
And most of the communications that you all would have were primarily over the phone. Occasionally you would have phone conversations with him, correct?
Yes.
And it was during these phone conversations that he would give you information that he would say, people out on the street were providing him with information regarding who may have done this to him,
Yes.
correct? And when he asked you, it would have been over the phone, one of those telephonic conversations with, hey, be on the lookout for a guy with a creeper tattoo. He indicated to you that the creeper tattoo was on the person's arm, correct? Creeper. Correct? Do you remember that?
I remember him saying to look for somebody with a creeper tattoo.
Do you
Yes.
recall him telling you that it was on the arm?
Yes.
Okay. And when he was talking to you, and he said he was on the way to Publix to buy a gun from somebody, he said he was buying a gun that would be more comfortable in his hands, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't spend any kind, as we know, significant time with Mr. Keetley after he was shot to be able to see for yourself what limitations he may have had either on his hands or anything else, correct?
Correct.
I don't have another question.
You right.
No questions, thank you.
And this witness be excused by the state
Yes?
and by the defense.
Yes.
Thank you, Ben. You may step down. You'll be excused as a witness at this time. I'll ask the state to call your next witness.
David Beckwith?
Mr. Beckwith, good morning and welcome, sir. If you'll come forward, come through the gate. And then if you'll face me and raise your right hand to be sworn, thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If you can put your hand down. If you'll follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to the chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. There is a microphone there that is adjustable. You may proceed.
Thank you. Please state your name, sir.
David Scott Beckwith.
Mr. Beckwith, how old are you, sir?
I'm 54.
And do you live in Hillsborough County?
Yes, sir.
In what part of the county?
Apollo Beach.
With whom
South
do you?
Hillsborough.
Okay, with whom do you live? Who do you live with?
My mother.
Okay. How long have you lived in Hillsborough County?
Pretty much since 1979.
What line of work? What line of work are you in presently?
Presently,
Yes. Yeah.
I'm a Luther. A Luthier.
Lutheran?
Luthier.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you said. I'm not familiar with that term. What is that, sir?
I build guitars.
Okay. I'd never heard that, even though I visited your shop. I thought you said Lutheran. Mr. Beckwith, can you tell us your height and weight?
Approximately 5'6", about 170 pounds.
And I'd like to take you back to 2010. Were you also about the same height and weight?
About that, yes.
Do you have any type of physical disabilities presently?
Yeah, quite a few.
Are they as a result of either a car accident or an accident involving a horse?
Yes,
As a result, I'm sorry.
both.
And as a result of that, do you have difficulty sitting or standing for extended periods of time?
I do.
If during our conversation today you have such difficulty, would you please advise the judge and he may allow you to stand or stretch or move?
Thank
Okay?
you.
All right. When did you first have any of these injuries? Was it a car accident or was it the incident with the horse?
The horse came first.
Okay. And were you hospitalized with some injuries as a result?
Yes, I was.
Before that incident, what year was that about? Do you recall?
2008.
And before that, were you working?
Yes, I was a contractor. Paint contractor.
Paint contractor?
Yes, sir.
And what type of painting did you do?
Industrial, commercial, and residential.
And as a result of the disabilities you suffered in that 2008 incident, did you have to get out of that line of work?
Yes, I did.
So, do you have a brother named Larry Beckwith?
Yes, I do.
And at one point, was he married to a woman named Sandra Beckwith?
Yes.
Did they reside on a piece of property near property owned by the Keetley family?
Yes, in between Mike's house and his parents' house.
In 2010, in the summer, did you meet a person by the name of, or start to work for a person by the name of Michael Keetley?
Yes, I did.
Did you know Mr. Keetley before that?
I knew him, yes.
And how was it that you knew him?
Because he lived up in front with by my brother's house.
All right. Do you see that individual in the courtroom today that you knew as Michael Keetley?
Yes, I do.
Can you point to him and identify what he's wearing?
The green shirt, collared.
Please let the record reflect he has identified the defendant, Michael Keetley.
Record shall so reflect.
Okay, so I want to show you a photograph number 190A. It's an aerial photograph. I just want to ask you to take a look at it, sir, and tell us if you recognize the property that shows.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you recognize that as an aerial photograph that shows the Keetley family property along with the property that your brother Larry Beckwith lived with his wife at the time, Sandra Beckwith.
Yes.
Your Honor, move State's Exhibit 190A in evidence.
And objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
So, Mr. Beckwith, this road that's on the upper right-hand corner of this photograph that I'm pointing to, is that Highway 301 to your knowledge?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Keetley's, the defendant's parents, did they live in a residence that's enclosed by a stand of trees that I'm circling here?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did Michael Keetley, the defendant, live in a manufactured home in this first strand of trees on this long drive that I'm indicating?
Correct.
And your brother Larry Beckwith and his now ex-wife Sandra Beckwith, did they live in a residence
Yes.
in between the Keetley family residence and Michael Keetley's residence?
Correct.
Okay. So, in June of 2010, did you begin working with Michael Keetley, the defendant, on his ice cream truck?
Approximately that time, yes.
Okay. And what did you do on the ice cream truck? What was your responsibility?
Collect the money and hand out the ice cream.
Did you drive did you operate that route yourself, or was Mr.
Only one time.
Okay, did Mr. Keetley, well, let me do this. I'm jumping the gun. Did you work with him for a couple months on that route?
Yes.
And during that time, most of the time, were you and Mr. Keetley inside the van during the route?
Yes.
What part of the day would you guys go out on the ice cream route?
Afternoon.
And through what parts of Hillsborough County did you guys go and sell ice cream?
Mostly through Sun City, Ruskin, Wyomama.
Areas in the south part of the county?
Yes.
All right. What was the financial arrangement, if you remember, between you and Mr. Keetley?
He was splitting it 50-50, the profit.
Okay. Who drove?
Keetley.
And did you actually do the hand-to-hand sales through the side of the van?
Yes.
Were there weapons in the van while you were working
Yes.
with Mr. Keetley? And where were they kept, or who carried them?
22 was kept on his side, and 45 was kept on the side of the wooden tabletop, I guess, in front of where we served the ice cream.
Okay. And that was the 45 closer to you than Mr. Keetley?
Yes, it was.
And you said the 22 was along where?
On his side.
The defendant's?
Yes.
Do you recall what model of 45 that was?
I believe it was a Glock.
And what was it made of?
It was a composite. It wasn't a metal.
In June of 2010, when you started to working with Mr. Keetley, from what you could observe, what you saw, was he still showing some type of effects from the shooting physically?
Yeah.
Tell us about what you recall.
Well, he had limited motion
Limited motion with what?
with his hand, with his arm.
Do you remember which one it was?
I believe it was his left.
Okay. And was there did he have anything about his walk that you recall?
Not really, no.
Do you remember saying that he had kind of a slight gimp?
A little bit, maybe.
Okay.
It's been a while.
Sure. Did Mr. Keetley, as you began to work with him, tell you early on what had happened to him in the robbery?
Yes.
What do you recall him telling you about that?
That he was shot for $12.
Did he describe whether he was on his ice cream route at the time?
Yes, he was.
And he described how many people are involved?
I believe he did.
Do you recall today?
Not really, no.
Okay. Do you recall what race or ethnicity he described at the beginning of your working relationship with him? What race he thought they were?
Dark-skinned Latino.
Okay. And well, let me step back. I forgot to ask you a question about the gun, sir. The 45 that was a composite substance or metal. It was not metal, you say.
Yeah.
Did Mr. Keetley ever say anything about its registration?
Yes, he did, actually.
What did he say about that?
He said that he got it from a friend of his that was non-traceable.
Okay. Did you ever see Mr. Keetley fire that 45 Glock?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
At least the one
And where was that you saw him fire it?
at the Alfa Romero that was at his parents' house.
Okay. Did you shoot it at that time also?
Yes, I did.
And when you say an Alfa Romeo, on the property, on the Keetley properties, were there, for lack of a better phrase, abandoned or unused cars that weren't being used?
Yes.
And you say that one of them was an Alfa Romeo,
Yeah, or Datsun, something like that.
some smaller car?
Yeah.
And let me show you States 190A, again, this aerial photograph. Which part of this property was Mr. Keetley firing the weapon, the 45 Glock, in your presence?
You can't see it on this picture, actually. It would be in the very back by his parents' house.
His parents' house is here.
Mm-hmm.
So was it, are you talking about near the back, near the tree line?
Yes, back by this tree line. You can't see it where I'm pointing from, but
Okay. May the witness step down to,
If you step down to where Mr. Pruner is, we can see you point on the picture.
unfortunately, sir, we don't have the capability for you to do it up there. So here, I'll give you my pen, and if you can just point for the jury's benefit, what part?
would have been back over in here.
Okay, so, as we're looking at this photograph, to the left of where the Keetley residence was, behind the residence?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Please go take your seat, sir. So, you indicated you started with him about June of 2010 and worked for him for a couple months?
Something like that, yeah.
And was it during those couple months that you were working for him that you observed him shooting the Glock at the small car that you've described?
Yes.
Do you recall whether he fired one time or more than one time?
I believe we emptied a whole clip each.
Okay. A whole clip, meaning with a semi-automatic firearm, the bullets are loaded from the into the handle?
Yes.
And do you recall how many bullets were in a clip?
No.
Okay. But did you fire a clip off at the car?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe the defendant to fire it?
I did.
Did you recall which hand he used or how he was able to hold it or anything?
At this time, no, I don't remember.
Okay.
I want to say it was with the right.
Do you recall whether he had any difficulty firing the gun?
No.
You don't recall, or he did not?
I don't believe he had that much of a difficulty.
Okay. When he shot the gun, did you hear sounds indicating that the bullet or projectile had hit the car?
No.
You don't recall, or you
No,
did not?
you couldn't really hear it. It was still a loud bang. By the time the bang went off, I mean, the bullet was already in the car.
I see. So, are you talking about the sound that the gun made when it was fired?
Yes.
It was very loud,
Yes.
and as a result, you couldn't hear a ping or a ting or anything?
No, I mean, it was just it wasn't that far of a distance to where you could hear the difference between the split second of the shot and by the time the bullet hit.
So is it fair to say you don't know whether your shots hit the car or whether his shots hit the car or anything?
Couldn't tell you. I mean, I would think that all the shots hit the car. Weren't that far away from it.
Okay. As you worked with Mr. Keetley in the summer of 2010, did he indicate to you that, or did you learn from him that nobody had been arrested for the incident where he was robbed and shot?
Yeah. No, I was always asking questions too.
I'm sorry, sir?
I was always asking questions too.
And was he satisfied with the investigation the sheriff's office was conducting into his incident?
No, he wasn't.
How did he express, was he dissatisfied then? Or unhappy?
I believe that he's made comment a few times that they weren't doing their job.
Okay. During the times that you were on the ice cream route with Mr. Keetley, did Mr. Keetley, in your presence, do anything to try to gain information concerning the identity of the people who shot him?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
Well, for one, he had offered a substantial reward of $25,000 for any information.
And did he ask any of his customers for information?
Absolutely.
And how frequently did you observe that?
Pretty much every day, it seemed like.
Were some of the neighborhoods that you sold ice cream in primarily occupied by people of Hispanic origin?
Yes.
And would he ask customers along those parts of the neighborhood for that information?
Yes.
When he described to you what had happened to him, did he describe to you that there was a female that was involved to get his attention?
Yes.
And at one point during the ice cream route, did you observe Mr. Keetley engaging in a conversation that led to accusations where he was talking with a young woman?
You mean the little 13-year-old girl?
Yes.
Yes.
Tell us about that. What you recall.
He persisted on her to the point that she was about ready to break down in tears because he thought that she looked like the same type of person that would, or related to the person that was getting his attention that got him shot.
While you were with Mr. Keetley on the ice cream route, did Mr. Keetley receive information from Hispanic males along the route about the name Creep or Creeper?
Sure, that was in my mama, I believe, where he got the name Creeper.
From what Mr. Creeper would say to you thereafter, did he indicate that he believed that the person that by the name of Creeper was involved in having robbed and shot him?
Could you say that again?
Yes. As a result of what Mr. Keetley said to you in discussions after he received that information, did it seem to you that Mr. Keetley believed that a person by the name of Creeper was involved in having robbed and shot him?
I guess, yes.
Or are you unsure?
Yes, I am unsure.
Okay, that's fine.
Your Honor, if he's unsure, I would move to strike the previous answer from the record and then have the jury disregard it.
Well, I mean, the approach.
Did Mr. Keetley ever discuss with you a plan, for lack of a better phrase, of what he wanted to do should he find the people responsible for having shot and robbed him?
Yes.
What did he discuss with you about that?
He was gonna dress up like the sheriff's department and make them disappear.
And were you willing to assist him at that time in doing that?
Absolutely.
And why was that?
Life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
Okay. Do you think that would, at the time, you thought that would be just for him to do that to the people that did what they did to him?
Absolutely.
Now, during the time that you worked with Mr. Keetley, were there occasions when you would enter the Keetley home?
Occasionally.
Did you ever use any type of computer device or laptop or
No.
handheld computer device to access the internet or anything?
No.
After a couple months of working with Mr. Keetley, did you quit the job?
Yes.
Did that go badly? Was that a result of an incident during the route?
Yes.
And at some point, after a couple months of working with him, did Mr. Keetley drive down into a location that you thought exposed you and him to danger?
Yes.
Did you express your concerns to Mr. Keetley?
I did.
And what did Mr. Keetley say or do?
Laughed.
Did he just laugh, or did he say anything to you?
I'm sure there was a comment made of belittling, but
Okay. Belittling you?
yes.
How did you emotionally react to that?
I was infuriated.
Okay. Were you so mad that you saw red?
Oh, yeah.
And did you ask to get out of the van?
I did.
Did he agree to let you out right away?
No.
What'd you do next?
I put the gun to his head.
And what'd you tell him?
I told him if he doesn't pull it over, I'm going to shoot him in the head.
Okay, and what happened then?
He finally pulled over.
Okay. And
Still thought it was funny.
what gun did you point at his head?
The Glock 45.
And what did you do with the Glock 45 after he pulled over?
I either dropped it or threw it at him. I can't remember.
Okay. Did you take it with you?
No.
And did you get out of the van?
Yep.
Okay. Was that the last day that you worked for him?
That was. I was on the corner of 14th and 1st.
At 14th and 1st, which town is that in?
Ruskin.
Why were there two guns in the van during the time you worked with him?
One was with him and one was with me.
No, but why were you guys armed?
Because somebody shot him.
Okay.
That was the whole reason why I was with him.
Thank you. No, I attend to the witness.
Your Honor, we need, Mr. Spruder and I need to discuss something about cross, so if you wanted to take the morning break, by any chance?
Do you think the discussion is going to take a few minutes?
Yes.
All right, we'll take the morning break. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning break. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case, and please do not, and please avoid all contact with the case outside of the courtroom. All rise for the jury. jury has exited. Everyone in the courtroom may be seated. Sir, you may step down and enjoy the break. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone unless all of the attorneys are present from both sides. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone.
It was briefer than I thought it would be.
You're done.
Yeah, but we're in our break, so.
All right, well, that's our morning break. It's going to take at least 20 minutes, though.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It was briefer than I thought it would be a little longer.
And
That's the only reason.
board scheduling, well, I'll save the editorial comment, but in trying to schedule witnesses, these witnesses, the first two witnesses have gone far considerably faster than we have. So I have Mr. Beckwith, and we have one witness who's considerably shorter for this morning. And then we have witnesses for this afternoon. I'm just advising you because we
Hey,
thought.
I'm trying to be as a common because I understand the situation that you're in with telling me that you're going to call 45 witnesses and we are on the 5th day of the first week and we only have 3 weeks. So I appreciate that, but I want you to think about what you're going to tell me if at the end of the 3rd week you haven't finished your case.
I get that, Judge. I'm just advising you today. I thought that there'd be considerably longer cross on Rogan. I imagine Mr. Beck.
All I have to say is plan accordingly. Perhaps we'll take an early lunch and your afternoon witnesses can get here at 12:30 or 1 o'clock if we go to lunch
Yes, sir.
early.
Okay. All right.
Speed freaks devour speed.
That could have been, yeah.
Okay. And you're aware that he had just had a tendon transfer surgery in the beginning of June, right? You were aware of that when you went to work for him. He had just had another surgery on his hand.
Yeah, he's had a surgery, yeah.
And so the reason why you go to work for him is because he's pretty limited physically, correct?
Yep.
His hands, one hand even worse than the other, are basically disabled from the injuries, correct?
Okay.
Is that correct?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, you saw him,
Yeah, I saw him.
and he had difficulty getting up and down, correct?
Okay.
Well, I'm asking you, Mr. Beckwith, he had difficulty getting up and down, correct?
I don't know.
Do you recall that you came in to give us a depot back in January of 2013?
Okay.
Do you recall that? Remember that you went over to the state attorney's office? Remember
Okay.
that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And do you recall being asked these series of questions, beginning on page 54? I can't see the line, beginning the page 54, line 9. Question, disabled so to speak, and that's why some of the reasons he was driving. And your answer is uh-huh. Question, inability to get up and down all the time and stuff like that, yes? Answer, yes. How about his legs? Did he ever show you?
Objection.
Legal basis? If you want to come up and show me and argue
I'll
that
move
the
on.
prior answer is different, then you can do that. If there's another legal basis you want to assert an approach.
Ms. Gotti said she would go on.
All right, let's move
I'll
on.
move on.
Let's move on.
Okay. And in fact, you answer, when you get asked on that same page, line 2, did he ever show you a bullet hole through his left hand? Your answer is, I saw some
Hold on,
marks
Mr.
on him.
Go ahead, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I will have an objection after you're done reading.
I saw some marks on him. I mean, I can't remember left or right, but yeah, he looked pretty effed up. Do you recall that?
Objection, then we approach.
So you wouldn't have told us something that wasn't true when you spoke to us in 2013, correct?
I'm not lying about anything.
Right, when you came in then, which was closer in time to when you worked for Mr. Keetley, and you took that oath to tell the truth, you were trying to tell us the truth, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so the reason why you go to work for Mr. Keetley is because you're the one that's going to take the money, do the change, hand people the merchandise, correct?
Yes.
And he's gonna drive, right?
Yes.
Now, you told us this story about him confronting a 13-year-old child, correct?
Yeah.
All right, describe her to me.
Huh?
Describe her.
Describe her?
Yeah.
A little girl. Black.
How tall would you say she was?
3.5, 4 foot.
3.5 to 4 feet tall?
Yeah, I'd say
Would you
that.
say she was skinny?
No.
Would you say she was, I'm not gonna be unpleasant, overweight?
No.
Okay, so kind of medium?
Yeah.
So she was about 3.5 or 4 foot, medium build, correct?
Okay. It's been a long time.
Well, but I mean, you described her as a 13-year-old girl. So what else did she look like? What was her hair like?
Her hair was black. Kind of put up like the juror on the corner.
Okay. Ms. Dros Hernandez, for the record, I believe you're speaking about this pretty woman with the black
Yes.
sweater?
Yes.
Okay.
Or the lady
And-
behind her even.
All right, let's try.
Like the hair.
Let's
Okay.
do some other. Let's move on and let's do some
And
other
so-
reference.
So that's what,
I remember more of the girl crying than anything else.
that's what you remember this little girl looked like, right?
Okay.
I'm
Yes.
asking you.
Yes.
Okay. And so, and where did this confrontation, I'm putting air quotes around it, take place?
That happened over by Little Mexico, we call it.
Okay, and where's Little Mexico?
Down Shell Point by 14th Street.
Okay, in relation to where this incident occurred, where the shootings were supposedly
Nowhere
happening?
near.
Nowhere near it? Is it further south?
I would say further west.
Further west, so around the same kind of area, but just west, a ways off west, closer to the
Yes.
water, correct?
Closer to the water?
To the water, am I right or am I wrong?
Excuse me, I would be east. I'm backwards.
Okay, so the area where you say the confrontation took place was east of where the crime scene involved in this case is?
Yes.
Okay. How far east?
About a mile, 2 miles?
All right, but not south, right?
No.
All right. So the fact is that you were handling the .45 caliber firearm, correct? That was the gun that you had while you were assisting Mr. Keetley, right?
I didn't have it. It was on the truck, yes.
You didn't wear
No.
or carry
No.
that .45
No.
on you?
No.
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 Going back to that same deposition that we took in January of 2013, page 56, beginning on line 13. And did you have that .45 on you? Answer, yes, I did.
Okay.
And you don't know whether that .45 caliber gun was a Glock or just some other manufacturer of a .45 caliber handgun, correct?
I believe it was a Glock.
But you're not sure.
It didn't say Glock on it, but it had the Glock markings.
Okay. And since you've been going out and visiting this area and visiting your brother and sister-in-law,
I was living with my brother at the time.
okay, back in the summer of 2010, you were living with them?
I was, yep.
Okay. And
Me
your
my
brother
wife
and
were going through a divorce.
and your brother and Sandra Beckwith were still married at the time, correct?
Yes.
So back at that time, you would shoot guns on this property, wouldn't you?
Yep.
And you would shoot what kinds of guns on this property?
At what times?
During this time period, when you were living with your brother and
When I was
sister-in-law?
living with my brother, no, I didn't shoot guns on the property.
Okay, so when did you shoot guns on the property?
One time afterwards, I believe that I took a friend of mine up there with his .22 rifle so he could shoot.
Okay, and when we talk about the property, we're talking about this property, correct?
Me shooting?
Yes,
The one time with Mike was at his parents' property. The rest
No,
of the
I'm
time,
talking-
it's not the encompassing area. It was just the area where my brother's house is.
I'm talking about when you went with your friend and shot your .22, okay? Was that a
It wasn't my
rifle?
22.
Was it a rifle?
It was a rifle.
And did you shoot and your friend shoot?
No, just 2 shot.
Just 2 shots with a rifle. And you're saying that you did that in this area where your brother and sister-in-law lived,
Just,
right?
Yeah, right there behind the trees on the back side. It would be the left on the picture.
And it isn't uncommon in this area, since you're familiar with it, for people to shoot firearms, correct? It's not an
No, I've
uncommon
heard
thing.
firearms being shot there quite often.
It's a commonplace, correct?
Sure.
Did you go over to this property with your friend Wesley Smith and shoot firearms?
No.
You've never been either on your brother and your sister-in-law's property or anywhere on the Keetley property and shot firearms with Mr. Smith?
No.
And Wesley Smith is your friend, correct?
Yes, he is my friend.
And back in 2010, Wesley Smith lived right near Ocean Mist, correct?
801 Domino Drive, I believe is what his address is.
Okay, and so Ocean Mist is located at 604 Ocean Mist Court. You're familiar with that area, correct?
A little bit.
And how far would you say Wesley Smith's house was from 604 Ocean Mist Court?
I don't know, a couple blocks.
And so, when you were on the truck with Mr. Keetley, there were times when he wasn't on the truck and you actually ran the route by yourself.
There was only one time that happened.
And when you were out running that truck by yourself, you were asking questions.
It sure was.
And you were trying to gather information.
Yes, it was. But I was just having conversations. I wasn't trying to interrogate people.
So I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as Defense Exhibit 4. And ask you, Mr. Beck, with whether you remember this.
No, I don't remember this one. The one I saw had $25,000 on it.
Okay. So this one, the difference between this one and the one you remember that stands out to you is that this one's for $5,000, but the one you're talking about was for $25,000.
Yes.
And that was basically for lack of a better word, a piece of paper that was like a sign that said reward, correct?
Yep.
And it was on the purple ice cream truck, correct?
I think there was one on the purple ice cream truck.
And you recall from living in this area that after Mr. Keetley was shot, there were collection jars at convenience stores and at different stores in the Ruskin and Waimama area.
That I couldn't tell you. All I
You
know,
don't-
there was one at the bar at the, not River's Edge, but Beer Shed. That's the only
Beer
one I-
shed,
Yes.
you saw a collection jar there?
Yep.
And that collection jar had a picture of Mr. Keetley on it and information about.
I don't remember it
happened
having
to
a
him.
picture of Keetley on it. I remember having a picture of his ice cream truck and his name.
And those were out, and they were trying to get individuals to perhaps contribute to him, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And so, Mr. Keetley, the arrangement that he had with you financially was a generous one, right?
I would say yes. It was generous.
And you would go out and you would go and do the different routes, and afterwards you would split the proceeds 50-50, correct?
Yes, I believe that's the way it was.
Now, I think you told us that you had gone out and fired some guns with Mr. Keetley on his parents' property, correct?
Gun.
Huh?
Gun.
A gun.
Not guns.
Okay, so you fired a gun.
Hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
Is it the gun that you were carrying on you?
yes. Wasn't the one, I wasn't carrying it on me, as to carrying it on the truck. And I was, basically, when you're in possession of a gun, it's right there by you, so you're in possession of it. And I'm not carrying it on me.
Okay. Well, we just discussed that, Depo, and I'm not going back there, but it was the gun that, whether it was a foot away from you or on
Yes,
you.
I was in possession of.
You were in possession of it, correct? That's the
Correct.
gun that you were firing
Correct,
on the Keetley property at some
correct,
broken down cars, correct?
correct.
But I'd ask you to do, if you could, because she's typing everything down, wait till I finish my question and then answer, and I'm gonna wait till you finish yours and then I'll ask you another question, okay? Fair enough?
Fair enough.
All right. And so on the day that you were out there, shooting those guns, you've already described to us that you believe that Mr. Keetley shot a clip. And you shot a clip, correct?
Yes.
How many bullets were in a clip?
Good
Do you
day.
know?
I'd say 5 to 7.
5 to 7. And you never saw, you went into the Keetley house, correct?
I've been in the Keetley house, I've been in the kitchen and in the living room.
Okay. Did you ever see Mr. Keetley's room with his medical bed in it?
Nope,
And you never saw any shotguns there, correct?
no.
Is that correct? You did not?
That is correct, I did not.
Now, when you went out there and you shot that gun and you say that Mr. Keetley was using, did you say he was using his right hand?
I believe it was his right hand, yes.
Okay,
It's been a long time, like I said.
all right. And he was firing this gun,
Yes, he shot the gun.
using a right hand like this, like I'm holding my hand outstretched.
Okay.
Is that how he was doing it?
It's been so long, I can't remember.
In the areas that you would go, and in the Ocean Mist area where the ice cream was being sold, you would see gang tags in those areas, correct?
Yeah, there was a lot of gangs.
And that's one of the reasons
There's a lot
why.
of drug holes.
Excuse me?
And a lot of drug holes.
And a lot of drug holes. And you, at that particular point, that's one of the reasons why you felt comfortable having a gun close by, correct?
Could you repeat that?
That's one of the reasons why you would wanted to have a gun close by, because of some of the areas that the ice cream was sold at.
No, it was because the ice cream man was shot is why I wanted to have a gun.
Okay. So you were afraid that those shooters would come back and shoot him again?
They shot an ice cream man. Who shoots an ice cream man?
All right. So let's talk a little bit. So when you went out and you conducted that investigation on your own because Mr. Keetley wasn't on the,
Say that one more time, investigation. I'm not doing an investigation, I'm just doing inquiries. There's a big difference. I'm not interrogating anyone. There's
Okay.
no interrogation going on. I'm just having conversations. You
You're
get
trying-
more out of people when you have a conversation than you do in trying to interrogate somebody.
you were trying to have conversations to gather information, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And so you're trying to gather information and you actually received a name, right?
Did I receive a name?
Yeah, you received
No,
a name.
I don't remember receiving a name.
Did you receive the name Bubba?
Oh, Bubba. The piece of shit white trash Mexican.
Okay.
Is the way I was described him.
And that's a name that you gave to Mr. Keetley Sr., Mr. Keetley's father. You gave him that information that you had obtained.
I don't remember giving Mr. Keetley any information, his father.
So you didn't give them the information about this Bubba and the way you describe him. You didn't give him any information about him?
No, I'm not the one, I didn't give him information. Now, I might have said something to Michael.
Okay, so did you give Michael that information? Hey, I learned this today about Bubba?
He knew the information too. He's the one that first told me about Bubba.
Okay.
But yes, on that one time that I did drive the truck by myself down that road Universal, at the end, there was a girl that mentioned that Bubba was bragging about being at a party, bragging about the one that shot up Mike Keetley.
Okay, so Bubba was going around saying that he was the one that shot up Michael Keetley.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I was told. I don't know if that was true or not, or if she was just saying that.
All right.
A lot of people talk shit just to talk shit.
Okay. So now let's move over to when you're in the truck and you get mad at Michael Keetley. And you hold the firearm to the side of his head, right?
Yep, right to his temple.
To his temple, and you're really, really mad and you're tempted to pull that trigger, right?
Not that close.
But you don't.
Nope.
And you leave the ice cream truck with that firearm.
No, I did not leave it with that firearm.
You didn't leave it with that firearm?
I
Didn't
did
you
not leave with the firearm.
Didn't you just tell us that you might have thrown it on the ground outside?
No, I threw it on the ground in the truck or at him.
Okay, so you throw, after holding again a gun to this man's temple, who you say can shoot a .45, after holding it to his temple, you throw it at him.
Mm-hmm. Not mine.
And turn your back to him, where he can shoot you. That's
Yeah.
what you're telling us here
Yeah,
today.
that's what I'm telling you.
All right. And you're really, really mad at that time, and that's what you do, right?
Yep.
And then when you get out, you're really, really mad, and you go over to your friend Wesley Smith's house, don't you?
I needed a ride. I was stuck in the middle of Ruskin.
Now, you're a convicted felon, right?
I am.
You've been convicted of felonies 4 separate times, correct?
4 separate times?
Yeah, 4 times, or 4 felonies. You're
Yeah, there's 4 felonies.
4 felonies, right?
Yes, there is.
And you know that as a convicted felon, you're not allowed to possess what? What aren't you allowed to possess as a convicted felon?
You know what I'm not allowed to possess.
You're not allowed to possess a firearm, right?
That's correct.
So when you fired those shots on your brother and sister-in-law's property, you were committing a crime.
Okay.
Well, if you're not allowed to possess a firearm, it's against the law, and you're holding a firearm and firing it, you're committing a crime. correct?
Objection, may we approach?
Absolutely.
Give me a second, Your Honor. If I can have 1 second.
Absolutely.
So, Mr. Beckwith, when you and Mr. Keetley were shooting the Glock at some type of car, that was a small sports car.
Yes.
It was not a white van.
No.
I'm gonna object as to the leading, Your Honor.
Was
Don't lead, refresh.
and this is a stupid question, so I apologize. Are you familiar with the shape of vans?
Yes.
And was the vehicle you were shooting at in any way resembling a van or a part of a van?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
May this witness be excused by the state
Yes.
and by the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You may be excused as a witness at this time. And I'll ask the state to call your next witness.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, after a brief discussion with the attorneys, we are at a point where we do need to break for lunch. So I know it's a little bit early. I'm going to give you an hour and a half. We're going to pick up just to make up for time at 12:30. So 11 o'clock till 12:30 for lunch. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case, and please avoid any contact with any reports of the case outside of the courtroom. Please have a very nice lunch. We'll see you back here at 12:30. All rise for the jury. Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. So we'll do. Let me just bring something up I wrote down, Ms. Gowdy. I know that you didn't do it intentionally. I know that you're just a very polite person, but I'm just wanting you to be careful when, like, it wasn't your fault that the witness referenced a juror, but then to say the pretty lady is currying favor with the jury.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Pruner stood up and then he sat back down, and I just made a note that I wanted to address it. Just please don't do that.
On a related note, Your Honor has told them their names are
Oh, I'm sorry.
public record until the trial's over.
Yeah, I mean, it was a weird situation where he referenced her.
I didn't know what number she is, because I didn't know if they have them in number.
Yeah, what we'll do is we'll write up a chart so we have their numbers. So yeah, that's also another good point. I mean, don't worry about it. You didn't do anything wrong. Their names ultimately will become public records. I didn't see a reaction from her that seemed to be that she was upset. She was still happy that you had called her such a pretty lady. So using her name, I guess, did not.
I call him a handsome fellow, which, you know, I don't know what I
We know
can
what
say
your
about
judgment
that.
Well, now then, so to uncurry favor, do you want me to tell them when they come back that
No,
you
that
call
I
him
call
a handsome man?
Well, that it's implying he's not handsome.
She also calls me tall.
Anything else before
No,
we
sorry, Judge,
have lunch?
it's a natural thing.
I said that. I wrote that down. That I just wanted to remind you of it. I know
Yeah.
you're just being very polite. That's not a problem. But let's try not to do that. Anything else?
No, sir.
Have a nice lunch. I'll see you back at 12:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
So who's in the
Good afternoon, everyone. The jurors are all back from lunch, but there's still a couple of them in a line using the restroom before they come in.
That's fine, Judge. We have a very short witness that's parking, and so, don't ask me, but so, if we can call her first,
As long as we don't have to wait
no,
too
no,
long
no, no, no.
for her.
No, we have witnesses out there.
Okay.
We're trying to bring down 2 more who are off duty. I cannot represent the likelihood of them appearing or not today.
Mm-hmm.
We do have 4, including a sensitive crime scene tech and a medical examiner.
All right. What time do you? What I think I should probably do is inquire from the jury. But what time do you all want to go till tonight?
We're going to be done early today,
Oh, we are. Okay.
probably.
All right. So then you think I don't need to ask because my only concern was I was going to ask. I know that young lady had indicated that she dropped off her car and got a loaner. My suspicion is that she's got to get that loaner back by the time whatever they close today, whether it be 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, I don't know.
I don't think that's going to be any problem.
All right. No, our problem is going to be later on.
We've had some minor issues. No, we'll speed it up.
Okay.
Promise.
I'm encouraged. I like to hear those. I love that's music to my ears. I love to hear. We'll speed it up.
Oh, sure, I need to make sure.
Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated this time. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, welcome back. Did everyone have a nice lunch? You're very welcome. I know it was a little early. We're coming back and we're starting early in the middle of what's normally our lunch hour. But the good news is we might get you out of here a little bit even earlier this evening. But we are ready to pick up where we left off. And I'm going to ask the state to please call their next witness.
Brienne Gregory.
Brienne Gregory. I also understand we got you a new water machine back there.
Yes.
Not me. We just sent an email and they fixed the problem. They gave you a new one. So I'm happy to hear that. Ms. Gregory, good afternoon and welcome. If you'll face me and raise your right hand to be sworn as a witness, thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff around to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. There's some cords on the floor. Go ahead and have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. That microphone is adjustable. You may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record.
Brienne Regina Gregory.
Miss Gregory, what do you do for a living?
I'm a bartender.
And without stating your address, what area do you live in?
Ruskin.
I'm going to ask you about the year 2010. I know it's been a while. During that time period, did you meet somebody who was named Michael Keetley?
Yes.
Is he present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Over there in a green shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect she's identified the defendant?
Record shall so reflect.
Can you tell the jury how it is you first met the defendant?
We were at a bar in Apollo Beach, and he knew a friend of mine, and they were talking, and he told us about what had happened to him.
Okay. So you were in a bar, Apollo Beach. What was the name of the bar?
Shenanigans.
Okay. And that was that the first time you had met him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And who was the friend that you knew in common?
Her name was April Dosher.
Okay. And you said he told you what had happened to him. Was that regarding him being a victim of a crime?
Yes.
Can you tell us, the best of your memory, what he had told you about that incident?
A girl walked up to the truck, and then he was attacked by two guys, and they shot him and robbed him.
And did he tell you that he was an ice cream truck driver at the time when that happened?
I had already known that.
Okay. And did he ever tell you the race of the people he believed did this?
Mexican.
And had you met him, that was the first time you met him in Shenanigans, and it was sometime after he had already been the victim of that robbery, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Sometime in 2010.
Yes.
And do you know the time frame, months approximately, when that would have happened?
It was the fall, so
In the fall.
probably October, late September, October.
Was there another occasion that you had ran into him at Shenanigans?
Yes, after that, I ran into him, and he had asked me if I knew somebody named Creeper.
Okay. And did you know anybody by that nickname?
No.
And did you tell him that?
Yes.
And did he tell you why he was asking for somebody named Creeper?
Because he thought he had to do with the robbery.
And when during that time, that conversation, did he ever tell you whether or not he believed Creeper, what his race was?
I don't know if he specifically said.
Okay. Did he ever tell you that he was looking for whether or not it was Hispanic or Mexican, whether or not he was interested or he believed that was the race of the the 3 individuals that took place in the robbery?
I don't know if he said it specifically. I think I just assumed that they were Mexican because he had said the people that robbed him were Mexican.
Okay, and that was in the earlier conversation?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And are those the only 2 times that you had met him?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a time that you were at a Halloween party that year?
Yes, that was the 3rd time.
The 3rd time, okay. Was that on Halloween itself, October 31st of 2010?
Yes.
Was it a costume party?
Yes.
Who were you there with?
A lot of people.
A lot of friends that you knew, is that correct?
Yes.
Was your sister also there?
Yes.
Was the defendant, Michael Keetley, present?
Yes.
Do you remember what his costume was?
He was dressed as a cop.
Can you tell us, specifically describe what he's wearing?
A black shirt that said K9, police, camo pants, glasses, a belt with a gun on it that I assumed was fake, and boots.
Okay. What, were you also in costume?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, State's Exhibit number 98. Was there a photograph that was taken of you and Michael Keetley in costume that night?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a photograph, State's Exhibit number 98. Is that the photograph that was taken of you as well as the defendant on October 35th of
Yes.
2010?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I, Judge, I am going to introduce State's number 98 into evidence.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
May I publish?
Absolutely.
Ms. Gregory, looking at State's Exhibit number 98, do you see that on your monitor?
Yes.
Can you tell us who are all the individuals in this photograph with you?
My sister and a guy named Jonathan Lowe. I think that's how you pronounce his last name.
Okay, and the individual that you have described in the officer uniform, the police canine shirt, that is Michael Keetley, is that correct? The person you have identified here in court today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
At this time, we would pass the witness.
All right, let me have your approach, Trooper.
Let me ask you just a quick question. When Mr. Keetley talked to you about, did you know anybody named Creeper, which would have been after you met him the first time,
Yes.
correct? He was just asking you that question, and when you gave the answer, he accepted your answer, correct?
Yes.
He wasn't insistent or in any way said anything to you beyond just asking you if you knew somebody by that name, correct? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
She can be released, no redirect, Judge.
All right, may this witness be released by the defense?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time. I'll ask the state to call your next witness.
Kamini Patel?
Kamini Patel. Ms. Patel, good afternoon and welcome. Wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff around to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone is adjustable.
Yeah, have a moment. Thank you, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Ma'am, for purposes of the record, could you please tell us your full name and spell it for the record?
Kamini K. Patel, Kamini, middle initial K, last name Patel, Patel.
And can you please tell us how you are employed and by whom?
Currently, I am a General Manager 1, Supervisor of the Crime Scene Section at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been working for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Total of 13 years.
And during those 13 years, have you always worked in the crime scene investigative section?
Yes.
Prior to joining the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office as a crime scene investigator, did you have any prior law enforcement experience specifically dealing with crime scene investigation?
Yes.
And where was that?
With the City of Tampa Police Department as a Crime Scene Technician 1 and 2 for 3 years, and then prior to that with the City of Sanford Police Department for approximately 10 months as a Crime Scene Technician.
Can you please share with us what type of education, training, and experience you possess that allows you to be a crime scene investigator?
Through all the 3 agencies that I worked for, I had on-the-job training totaling approximately 1 year's worth of on-the-job training. In addition to that, I've had over 600 hours worth of forensics-related course workshops and courses that I attended in various topics related to crime scene investigation, such as crime scene photography and crime scene investigation.
And now during your employment with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office for the last 13 years, would it be fair to assume that you continued your education in classes in the same area?
Yes.
What is the role of a crime scene investigator for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Our primary responsibilities are to respond out to crime scenes or in our crime scene sections to help with investigations regarding processing scenes for evidence, as well as identifying, locating, and preserving evidence to be submitted for analysis. We also document crime scenes via photography, videography, and sketches.
Let's talk a little bit about what it is not. Would it be a fair assessment that you are not a fact-gathering investigator, meaning that you do not conduct in-depth interviews of potential witnesses and victims on a crime?
Correct.
And would it also be a fair statement to say that you do not conduct experiments related to the crime in question as part of your job as a crime scene investigator?
Correct.
So you don't go out buying some pig and shooting it to determine velocity or anything like that?
Not specifically to a case.
In other words, this is not, you're not NCIS, you're not CSI.
Correct.
The CSI Las Vegas, CSI Miami is what I meant, because you are a CSI. Let me direct your attention to November the 25th, 2010. I know it's been almost 10 years. Were you working on November the 25th, 2010 as a crime scene investigator with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And pursuant to your employment, did you respond to 604 Ocean Mist Court in Ruskin?
Yes.
Do you remember more or less at what time you arrived at 604 Ocean Mist Court?
Approximately 4:23 a.m.
At the time that you were called out, did you know the type of crime that you were responding to?
Yes.
And what type of crime were you responding to?
I was briefly informed that it was a shooting involving multiple victims at a residential location.
At the time that you responded, were other members of the crime scene investigating unit of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department also called out?
Yes.
Did they arrive with you or did they arrive after you did?
Shortly after me.
Was it determined, or was it that you were going to be the lead, if you will, crime scene investigator for 604 Ocean Mist Drive?
Yes.
Now, you told us that part of your job as a crime scene investigator is to document a crime scene by photographing, correct?
Correct.
Let me show you a lot of photographs. And for purposes of the record, they have been identified or marked as State's Exhibit 5, 5A, 5B, 5C, 6, 6A, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17A, 18, 19, 19A, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 35A, 36, 37, 38, 38A, 39, 40, 40A, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 47A, 47B, 48, 49, 50, 58, 50, 50, letter A, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 56A, 56B, 56C, 58A, 58B, 59, 60, 61, 62, 62A, 63, 64.
Slow down just a little bit for the court reporter.
I'm sorry. I should know better. 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 76, 77, 78, and 79. Peruse them and let me know if you recognize them. And for purposes of the record, Your Honor, counsel has previously seen them.
Yes, I do recognize the photographs.
And do you recognize those as some of the photographs that you took at 604 Ocean Mist Court in connection to your involvement in this case?
Yes.
And do these photographs depict a fair and accurate representation of what 604 Ocean Mist Court looked on November the 25th, 2010, when you went out there to process the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move all of the previously announced photographs in evidence.
Is there any objection? They'll all be admitted at this time. As previously announced, no need to redo all the numbers and some letters.
So you told us that you arrived in the early morning hours of November the 25th, 2010, correct?
Correct.
Can you please tell us what you first observed when you arrived there? What was the light condition at in that area?
It was very dark in that light area, very little street light and lighting available. We actually had to set up some of our own lighting to help illuminate the crime scene.
And is that area residential, commercial, mixed, or?
Residential street.
All right. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would like to publish now some of the photographs previously admitted in evidence.
You may.
let me show you State's Exhibit number 5A. Can you please tell us what it is that we're seeing in State's Exhibit 5A? I'm sorry.
That is the exterior of the property located at 604 Ocean Mist Court, including the roadway.
Now, on the lower left quadrant, there is a light.
Correct.
Was that light there when you arrived?
No.
Is that one of the lights that was used at that time by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office in order to assist you in lighting an area?
Yes.
Were other similar type of lighting devices set up in that area?
One additional one.
So there were two of those type lights assisting you in lighting the area?
Correct.
It was dark at the time?
Yes.
And now, what is the street that is in front of the house?
Ocean Mist Court.
And can you tell us which direction the house faces?
I am looking south. The house faces north. The front entrance front of the house.
And this is 5A. Is this a closer view of that same area?
Yes.
Okay, so you told us that the house faces south? Is that correct?
I'm facing south.
I mean, you're facing south, so some of us, me, are geographically challenged, so the right-hand side of the house, that would be the west?
Correct.
And the left-hand side of the house, that would be east?
Correct.
At the scene, were you briefed by the detectives as to what the detectives knew and what they expected you would need to collect and what would need to be processed?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, when you arrived, were there any surviving victims left at 506 Ocean Mist Court?
604 Ocean Mist Court.
What? Oh, if I don't stick to my paper, I will reverse the numbers every time. At 604 Ocean Mist Court.
No, not that I encountered.
There was one deceased victim remaining at 604 Ocean Mist.
Correct.
And what was it that you were told needed to be processed and collected?
The entire residence documented via photography, the outside area primarily, and then working our way inside the residence for any items of evidence and anything pertaining to the shooting investigation.
At the time that you arrived or shortly thereafter, were you also advised that there was a secondary scene associated with this investigation?
Yes.
When you are working as a crime scene investigator, do you work alone and decide what matters may be of evidentiary value, or do you work at the direction and in conjunction with one of the investigating detectives?
We work at the direction and in conjunction with the investigating detectives.
Do you remember who the detective was at this time that assisted you at the Ocean Mist Court address?
Primarily, I was with Detective Charles Hollis, Preston Hollis.
Now, obviously, this scene was a scene of a great magnitude, correct?
Correct.
When you are processing a scene of this great magnitude, what is the process that you follow? Would you photograph and gather the evidence that is most patently available before you dig in?
It all depends on the scenario. We definitely want to photograph all areas prior to moving or relocating any evidence, as long as there's nothing that is weather inclement that we need to retrieve it or preserve it from the scene. And after that, we try to take on the surface any important evidence to preserve it if we need to dig further or look into things below the surface or within an item.
And in this case, there was no inclement weather, so you were gathering the most patent evidence first and then decided to do a deeper dive.
Correct.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 85B. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it that we're seeing here?
This is the front porch area of the residence at 604 Ocean Mist Court.
And once again, the right of the porch is the west side and the left of the porch is the east side.
Correct.
At that time, had you been advised that first responders and other members of the fire department, fire rescue, had been in that particular area?
Yes.
And in this photograph, we see some upside down cups on the steps and a little bit farther up. Were those placed by you, or were those already placed there when you arrived?
They were already placed there prior to my arrival.
And what would be the purpose of doing that?
They were placed there to preserve evidence that the first responding officers had located.
What are we seeing? And this is 5C. What is it that we're seeing here?
Again, this is the front porch area of the residence, but including photo markers that were placed by me, notating items of evidentiary value.
Now, so once you arrived at the scene, you and Detective Hollis start looking around and start marking some of the evidence.
Correct, once overall photographs are done.
State's Exhibit number 6. Is this a close-up of the styrofoam cups that we saw on State's Exhibit 5B?
Yes.
And then in State's Exhibit 6A, do we have a close-up of the styrofoam cups with State's Exhibit number marker 1, State's Exhibit marker 2?
The evidence located with it underneath the styrofoam cups, yes.
Do you know or do you remember what State's Exhibit evidence marker number 1 and evidence marker number 2 were trying to depict?
They're .45 caliber spent shell casings.
Showing you State's Exhibit number 7, depicting the exhibit number 1 and the shell casing. Is that what was in that particular area at that time?
Yes.
Now showing you State's Exhibit number 8, showing you exhibit marker 2 with the styrofoam cup. Is that the other shell casing?
Yes.
Did you gather the shell casings portrayed in State's Exhibit number 7, your evidence marker number 1?
Yes.
What process did you follow in order to gather or collect State's Exhibit, the shell casing?
First, I don on a pair of gloves, and then I retrieve the shell casings and place the casing in a manila envelope, and then I'll handwritten putting evidence marker number 1 and the case number and any other notes that I need to notate along with the evidence.
What is the purpose of putting on gloves and marking the evidence in that manner?
Putting on gloves to not contaminate the evidence in case DNA analysis or fingerprints need to be obtained from the item of evidence, and also notating which particular item, since there's multiple items that could be the same, notating which one is actually the correct one for that marker number.
And once that evidence is sealed, you said you had your own markings so that you know what evidence was placed in that particular envelope, correct?
Correct. I seal the packaging with evidence tape, and then I will initial it and sign and date it.
Once all the evidence is collected and gathered by you and put in envelopes, is that documented somehow, which evidence you collected and the item numbers that you gave them?
Yes.
And do you turn over those envelopes to your evidence room?
Yes.
And what happens once you turn those items that you collected of evidence into your evidence room? Are they further categorized?
They are stored within our evidence control section.
And are they labeled in any way further identifying each of the pieces of property?
Yes, with the markings that are on there for referencing the case number and the exhibit number.
Does anybody have access to that evidence room?
The evidence control section members.
And in order to obtain any of that evidence, is there a process that, for anybody to obtain them?
Yes,
If a piece of evidence is going to be viewed in court or is going to be sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement or to one of the other departments in your division, is that movement of that piece of evidence tracked?
yes.
And how is that done?
It's through, in 2010, we had a paper system, so evidence continuity was via a paper system. Currently, we have a barcoding system, and it's tracked digitally, the digital signature.
The envelopes themselves, are there, is the movement marked or documented somehow on the labels themselves?
Yes, we are not allowed to repackage on the same envelope, so the packaging will have the secondary or the tertiary person's evidence seal and signatures on it.
Your Honor, I have no objection to the items that were recovered from this address.
Coming in evidence?
Yes.
Being admitted? All right. What are the numbers?
And those are going to be 7A, 8A, 13A, 15A, 17B, 19B, 21A, 21B, 24A, 29A, 39B, 38B, 40B, 41A, 50B. All of these items, Your Honor, are shell casings and or projectiles, and additionally 57, which is a driver's license.
All right, and you want to move those in now?
Yes, Your Honor.
And there's no objection?
No objection.
They'll be admitted.
So just so that we know what it is that we're talking about, let me show you State's Exhibit number 7. Can you please show us what's in State's Exhibit number 7?
It is the spent casing at photo marker number 1. That was on the front porch steps.
Thank you. And that is what is showing in State's Exhibit, in photograph number, hold on just a second, 'cause and is that what we're showing in photograph, in evidence number 7, which is in your marker number 1?
Correct.
Okay, and then you told us that on State's Exhibit number 8, the photograph with your evidence marker number 2, there was another shell casing, is that correct?
Correct.
And State's Exhibit number 8A, is that the same shell casing that was recovered and being shown to you in this photograph, State's Exhibit number 8?
Yes.
And obviously you followed the same process and procedure as you previously described.
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 9. Let's talk a little bit about the porch area that we have previously seen. What is it that we're seeing here?
Now we're on the front porch with various items of evidence that we marked for evidentiary purposes.
And it's showing us the markers 3 through 16,
Correct.
and it's a view straight on.
Correct.
Now, in State's Exhibit number 10, is this the left-hand side of the porch? For me, the east side of the porch for those that can follow east side and west.
Yes.
And what are some of the items that we're seeing in State's Exhibit number 10?
Miscellaneous clothing items, ball caps, shoes. Marker number 3 is depicting a styrofoam cup that is covering a spent shell casing. Marker number 4 is representing a spent projectile.
Okay, and now State's Exhibit number 11, is that the west side of the porch, right side to me?
Correct.
And seen on the photograph is the body of an individual. Do you know who that was?
Yes.
And who was he identified as?
Sergio Guitron.
Now, State's Exhibit number 12, is this a close-up of the area that we saw on State's Exhibit number 10?
Yes.
And you told us that at State's Exhibit number 3, there was a shell casing that was located.
Correct.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 13. Is that a close-up of that area?
Yes.
And did you also collect that casing?
Yes.
And just so that we can keep track of them, State's Exhibit number 13A, you don't have to open it, but based on your markings, is that the same casing that was collected at your marker number 3?
Yes.
Now, let me show you State's Exhibit number 14, depicting the close-up of 2 evidence markers, number 4 and number 12. What are we seeing at number 12?
Number 12 is a blue iPhone.
And was that taken into evidence?
Yes.
Now, State's Exhibit number 4, what is that depicting?
That's a spent projectile.
Right here?
Yes, right in front of the number 4.
State's Exhibit number 15, is that a close-up of your evidence marker number 4?
Yes, with a spent projectile.
And again, now showing you State's Exhibit number 15, and once again, you don't have to open it, but based on your markers, is State's Exhibit number 15 the projectile that was collected by you under,
15A.
what did I say?
15, you're saying 15.
Oh, 15A, is that the projectile that was collected by you and is depicted on the screen right now under your evidence number 4?
Yes.
Now let's stay within the porch area and let me show you State's number 16. What are we seeing there?
That is the front porch beam on the west side, and we ended up locating another spent casing.
All right, so let me take you back to 6A. Is this the same railing that we are seeing in State's Exhibit number 16, except from the outside looking in?
Yes.
Okay, and what are you seeing in State's Exhibit in the photograph State's Exhibit number 16?
It's the approximate location, or it's the location where we located the spent casing. You cannot see the casing in this photograph. It's just for location purposes to give you an idea that there should be a close-up photograph that will show the exact
All right,
location.
and now let me show you State's Exhibit number 22. Is that a close-up of that same area?
Yes, with marker number 22.
And State's Exhibit number 17A is now an even closer close-up of that same area looking down.
Correct.
And immediately below State's, your evidence marker number 22, between the post and the plank, is that the shell casing?
Yes.
And did you collect that shell casing?
Yes.
And showing you State's Exhibit 17B, again, you don't need to open it, but based on your markings, is 17B, the shell casing that you collected under your evidence marker number 22.
Yes.
Now, all of the casings and projectiles that we've seen up to now, has there been any evidence that, were they clean? Were they covered in debris? Were they were, as you saw them on the photographs?
Yes.
Now, at one point, was the porch, was a decision made that the porch would need to be disassembled so that you could look in the vicinity or underneath for any additional casings or any additional evidence pertinent to this case?
Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 18. Can you tell us what it is that we're seeing here?
Okay, we're on the west side of the front porch with the west side being dismantled, looking underneath the porch.
I thought I had them organized, but somehow I don't. So showing you State's Exhibit number 11. Is this the side of the porch that we're looking under?
Yes.
Obviously, the crowbar and the circular saw, that is part of what the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office used in order to dismantle that side?
Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 19. Is this a close-up of what was shown on the prior photograph?
Yes.
And for reference, there is a piece of cement here
Yes.
and another piece of cement over here.
Correct.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 19A and ask you if this is an even closer close-up of that same area.
Yes.
And what is it that we are seeing right smack in the middle of the photograph?
That is another spent .45 caliber shell casing that we located.
And is that how you saw it the minute, as soon as that area of the porch was dismantled?
Yes.
And what are we seeing? What type of casing is that? Do you know?
A Winchester .45 caliber.
And showing you State's Exhibit number 19B. Once again, you don't need to open it, but based on your markers, is State's Exhibit 19B, the 45 caliber spell case. The
Yes.
45 caliber spent shell casing that was located underneath that porch.
Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 20 and tell me what is it that we are seeing here. Is this still continued dismantlation of the porch area?
Yes, this is along the west side of this front porch steps.
Okay, let me show you State's Exhibit 6A. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And the area that we are showing in State's Exhibit number 20 that has been dismantled, is that this area right here?
Correct.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 21. And what is it that we are seeing in State's Exhibit number 21?
Within this picture, there are 2 spent 45 caliber shell casings.
Okay. Do you want to tell us where they are?
Okay, one is close to the blue piece of paper towards the front of the picture, and the other one is towards the center of the photograph, towards the back, right there.
All right. Now, there are also some pieces of what appear to be glass on that soil. Is
Yes.
that what I'm seeing?
Yes.
All right. And did you collect those casings?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 21A. Based on your markings, is that the shell casing that you recovered near the blue piece of paper?
Yes.
And do you know the brand of that shell casing?
Winchester 45 caliber.
And showing you State's Exhibit number 21B, again, without needing to open them based on your markings, is that the shell casing that you recovered, as shown in the photograph of them in the middle of the photograph?
Correct, yes.
And do you know the make and the caliber of that shell casing?
Winchester 45.
Now let's go back up onto the porch. Once we're dismantling the side and the front, were some of the floor planks also removed in order to assist you in your search for additional evidence?
Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 22, and what is it that we are seeing here?
This is one of the wood planks that was lifted up that's on the west end of the front porch.
Okay, and for point of reference, let me show you State's Exhibit number 11. You recognize that?
Yes.
And states this area right here, right before the planks are being removed. Is that the same area as is shown in State's Exhibit 11, the middle of the railing, shortly to the right of where Mr. Guitron's body laid?
Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 23. Is this a close-up of that same area?
Yes.
And are we looking down to the soil beneath the porch?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 24. Is that a close-up of what the soil looked like underneath that area?
Yes.
And what of evidentiary value are we seeing there?
There's a spent projectile in the photograph. It's near a bottle cap, almost center, just south, just below center.
All right, and for purposes of the record, Well, if I do the quadrants, it'd be right smack in the middle of the all of the quadrants. There is the shell casing, and is this the bottle cap that you were referring to?
Projectile and bottle cap, yes.
Did I say casing? I did, okay, I'm sorry. But that's what that is.
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit number 24A. Once again, you don't need to open it, but based on your markings, is that the same projectile that was recovered from underneath the porch as shown in State's Exhibit number 24?
Yes.
Now, back onto the porch, let me show you State's Exhibit number 25. Do you recognize what this area depicts?
Yes.
And what is it that we're seeing in State's Exhibit number 25?
It's the center and west side of the front porch.
And are we seeing a photo, and it's evident on the photograph, a window that, that is a bedroom window on the inside of the house?
Correct.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 26. What are we seeing here?
That same window in the prior photograph, but from inside the bedroom.
All right, and so this is the bedroom on the northwest area of the house, whose window leads to the outside of the porch.
Looks into the, yes, on the west end.
And at the time that you took the photograph, when you first arrived, were the drapes in the condition in which they are now?
Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 27. Is this a photograph of the same bedroom?
Yes.
And are the drapes now open?
Yes.
And as point of reference, we can see out the window to the porch area.
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 28. What are we seeing in State's Exhibit number 28?
A closer-up photograph of that same window, including a projectile on the windowsill at photo marker number 21, and then also a view of the front porch area on the west end.
All right. And your evidence marker number 21 is showing the projectile immediately to its left?
Correct.
And on the window, what is it that I'm pointing out now?
There's also a hole in the window with a scale that I placed just underneath it.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 29. Is that a close-up of the projectile at your evidence marker 21?
Yes.
And also a closer view of the hole in the window?
Yes.
And this is from the inside looking out?
Correct.
Was that projectile at your evidence marker 21 collected?
Yes.
And showing you State's Exhibit 29A. Once again, you don't need to open it. Is that showing you, is that the projectile that was recovered at your evidence marker 21 being depicted in State's photograph number 29?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 30, what is it that we're seeing here?
It's a close-up photograph of the hole in the window with a scale.
Now, and this photograph is taken from the outside looking in?
Correct.
And the purpose of the ruler is so that we can more or less determine the length or the size of the hole.
Correct.
Okay, so let's back up a little bit. And so I'm gonna refer you back to State's Exhibit number 25. We're showing the porch with the window of on the northwest area of the house.
Correct.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 31. Is that the same area that we saw on the prior photograph?
Yes.
Can you please tell us what it is that we're seeing on the lower left quadrant of the photograph?
It's the siding of the front of the residence on the west end. There's 2 holes within the siding and my scales that I placed along the 2 holes for measurement purposes.
So let me show you State's Exhibit number 32. Is this a close-up of the 2 holes that we saw on the prior photograph?
Yes.
Were steps taken in order to see if evidence that caused the items that caused those holes could be located underneath the house?
Yes.
And what steps were taken?
We removed the paneling to try to locate the path of the holes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 33. Is that the photograph of the same area?
Yes.
And do we have some of the siding removed?
Yes.
And part of the floorboard, the closest to the house is also being removed.
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 34. What is being depicted in State's Exhibit number 34?
Just a close-up of the 2 holes and the area where the wood plank was removed closest to the residence.
State's Exhibit number 35. Is that same area but not looking down?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number, and now in State's Exhibit number 35, when you are looking down the photograph, there are some items that you can readily see, like this piece of wood remains. I do not know what they're called.
Yes, and you can actually see the projectile also. It's, yes, right there.
Okay. And let me show you State's Exhibit number 35A. And is that a close-up of that same area with the projectile?
Yes.
And can I assume that you took the photograph looking immediately down?
Yes.
And nothing else had to be removed in order for you to see the projectile shown in State's 35A?
Correct.
And was that projectile also collected as the others?
Yes.
35B, based on your markings, is State's Exhibit 35B, the projectile that was recovered underneath the porch, immediately underneath that window, not immediately underneath the window, but under the 2 holes underneath the window on the northwest area of the porch?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 36. What area are we seeing here?
That is the railing located at the southeast corner of the front porch. Or sorry, southwest corner of the front porch.
To the right smack in the middle of the photograph, there is a damage and your markings. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, we located the damage. It could be a possible ricochet mark from a projectile or bullet, and so that's why it was documented.
Now, did the damage appear to be fresh?
Appeared to be.
There was no cobwebs or no dust or anything on it?
Correct.
Okay, State's Exhibit number 37, what is it that we're seeing here?
That is the front porch area towards the center and east side, with some wood planks removed.
And is that towards the door of the house or closer to the stairs?
Almost center.
And showing you State's Exhibit number 25 for reference, where would those planks be removed from?
Towards the styrofoam cup that you see in the photograph.
And where I'm pointing at?
Yes.
All right. State's Exhibit number 38 is showing us what?
That's a closer-up photograph of the area in the previous photograph, with lighting depicting a spent shell casing in the photograph.
All right. And now, State's Exhibit number 38, is that once again a photograph that is taken directly looking down onto the soil underneath the porch area?
Yes.
And right smack in the center of the photograph with the highlighted by the light, there is a green item.
Yes.
And you said that the casing was to the left,
Correct.
showing you State's Exhibit 38A. Is that a close-up view of that same area with the green insect and the spent casing?
Yes.
Do you know what type of shell casing was recovered in this area?
Winchester .45 caliber.
Showing you State's Exhibit 38B, based on your markings. Is that the Winchester brand shell casing that was recovered on the ground near the green insect underneath the center of the porch?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 38. What is it that we are seeing here?
This is towards the center of the front porch, but towards the front of the steps, wood paneling that's removed. We're relocating an additional spent shell casing.
And so showing you State's Exhibit 5B. Is this the same area that we're talking about here?
Yes.
But closer to the steps?
Correct.
And in this photograph, can you see a rake under in the area that has been, where the plaque has been removed?
Yes.
Was that rake there originally?
Yes, when I took the photograph, yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 40. Is that a closer view of that area, once again, with the camera looking down, viewing the rake and an item next to it?
Yes.
And what is the item that we're seeing next to the rake?
Spent .45 caliber Winchester casing.
And State's Exhibit 48, is that a close-up of that same area?
Yes.
And is the spent shell casing on what would be the bottom left of the top right quadrant of the photograph?
Correct.
And was that shell casing taken into evidence?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 41A and 41B. Can you tell me, State's Exhibit 41A?
That's the spent .45 caliber Winchester casing that's depicted in the photograph.
And 40B?
That's an additional spent .45 caliber casing that was also located in the same area, but prior to me being able to photograph it, the item was removed.
Okay. Let's get back on the porch. State's Exhibit number 43 is showing us what?
That is the east side of the front porch.
And 44 is the opposite area of the porch.
Correct, the west end.
Are Mr. Guitron's clothing and body shown in this photograph?
Yes.
So we saw the left and the right, and now let me show you State's Exhibit number 45. What is it that we're seeing here?
This is the front entrance into the residence, the
So-
living room area.
And this is as we're walking in.
Correct.
You have a marker, your marker's Exhibit number 15. What are we seeing at your marker Exhibit 15?
The miscellaneous clothing items that were on the floor right as you walk into the residence.
Had you been advised that one of the other victims that had been shot had made it into the house and to the front area of the house?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 46. Is that a close-up of the clothing that was found near your marker 15?
Yes.
Okay, so going back to State's 45, which is the view from the door, we're seeing in this photograph the clothing in the middle of, well, right at the entrance. And then there is a couch immediately as you walk in, correct?
Correct.
Let me show you State's 47 and tell me what is it that we are seeing here now.
The same couch that you just mentioned right there as you walk into the living room area on the west wall of the living room.
Now, on State's Exhibit number 47, on the arm of the couch, there seems to be an item. Do you see it?
Yes, I do.
State's Exhibit 47A, is that a closer view of that same couch with your marker, your evidence marker 16 on there?
Yes.
And a further, in 47B, is this a further close-up view of your evidence marker 16?
Yes.
And what is that depicting?
A Florida identification card for Gonzalo Guevara.
Guevara?
Yes.
Was that taken into evidence as well?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 48. Are we still looking into the living room from the same perspective?
Different perspective. We're in the living room, but we're facing east.
And is this the same couch that we saw on the other photographs?
No, this couch is along the north wall of the living room.
A big screen TV?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 49. Is this a closer view of the living room area and the area where the big screen TV is located?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 50.
It's the same photograph as before, but with my photo evidence marker number 20 next to a projectile that's located on the floor in the living room.
And 50A.
It's a close-up photograph of the projectile with photo marker number 20 and my scale.
All right. And there seems to be some red substance on the projectile?
Correct.
Was that, and on the photograph it appears to be shiny, was it still wet or did it appear to be dry?
Slightly wet when I was first photographing the projectile. Later on it did dry by the time I collected the item.
State's Exhibit 50B. Based on your markings, is State's Exhibit 50B the same projectile that is being depicted in the photograph now on the screen in State's photograph 50A, your evidence marker number 20?
Yes.
Okay. Let's move away from the living room to the dining room. And what is it that we are seeing in State's Exhibit number 51?
It's just the entrance way from the living room into the dining room area, the overall.
All right, and now we see a couch immediately preceding the entrance to the living room, to the dining room.
Correct.
Is this the couch where the ID of Mr. Guevara was located, or the one that immediately faces the TV?
It's the one with the ID card located on the armrest.
State's Exhibit 52. Is this the view of the dining room from a different perspective?
Yes.
And is the couch that is being shown and depicted in State's Exhibit number 52 the same one that is being shown in State's Exhibit 51?
Yes.
Now, there is a hallway with a red wall that is off of the dining room area.
Correct.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 53. What is it that we're seeing here?
That's the hallway facing west, towards the west end of the residence, leading to multiple bedrooms and bathroom.
State's Exhibit 54.
That is the hallway and the doorway for the northwest bedroom.
The northwest bedroom being shown on the left half of the photograph as being pointed out on the screen?
Correct.
And is that the same bedroom that we saw earlier where the window had the damage and the projectile on the windowsill?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 55, is this the same photograph but now facing in a different direction?
It's the same bedroom.
And to the left of the photograph, we see a window covered with a is that the same window that we saw earlier facing out?
Yes.
So there was only one window in that bedroom is what I'm trying to get at.
Correct.
State's Exhibit number 56, is this a close-up of Mr. Sergio Guitron's body once he had been moved?
Once the white sheet had been removed, yes.
Can we see any items of jewelry on Mr. Guitron?
Yes.
And what do you see?
He has watch and multiple rings.
Number 56A, is this a close-up of Mr. Guitron's right hand?
Left hand?
Left hand?
Yes.
And are we showing the same watch and the rings that you previously mentioned?
Yep, one ring and one watch.
And State's Exhibit number 56B,
That is the right hand with,
that's a right hand,
with rings.
with two rings.
Yes.
C, is this a close-up of Mr. Guitron's head?
Yes.
And are we seeing the chains on or around his neck?
Yes, he has a necklace around his neck.
Okay, so we've seen the porch, we've seen underneath the porch, we've seen inside the house. Let's see now State's Exhibit number 58A. What are we seeing here?
That's the front porch area on the west end and also the dirt area right in front of the front porch with an my evidence marker number 23 next to a possible shoe impression in dirt.
Why was this shoe impression marked as potential evidence?
Because it may be the shoe impression left by the suspect.
Now, when you was there any indication that that individual stood anywhere near there?
No, at the time we would want to take the precaution of taking any items that could be possibly evidentiary value later.
So when you are at a scene, if something attracts your attention, whether or not it is of immediate evidentiary value, it's better to be safe than sorry, and it is collected.
Correct.
Because if later on, 2-3 days, a month down the line, we realize that, whoops, that was of evidentiary value, would you be able to go back and recreate it or collect it?
No.
And let me show you State's Exhibit number 58B. Is that the close-up that you were talking about depicted under your marker 23?
Yes.
Was there any casting made from this shoe impression?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay, so we've gotten off the porch and we are moving towards the, to me, right of the house, the west side of the house, correct? Let me show you State's Exhibit number 59. What is it that we are looking at here?
That is the west side front yard of the property, including a Chevy minivan in the front yard.
The doors of the minivan are open, both the front door and the side door. Is that how they were when you arrived at the scene?
Yes.
And was there any blood inside that van?
Yes, possible blood.
State's Exhibit number 60. So in State's Exhibit number 59, are we walking to the right of the house and we're going to be making a left turn towards the backyard?
Correct.
And we see what appears to be a tricycle in the photograph.
Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 60. is that same area, not looking at the west corner of the house, not the porch, but the actual house.
Yes.
State's exhibit number 61, is that the same area with the tricycle removed now? Or not visible?
Correct.
And at your marker 17, what do we see there?
It is a wallet with an identification card for Danielle Beltran.
Okay, and 62, is that a closer view of that same wallet?
Yes.
And now, are we seeing also at the top of the photograph, part of the fence in the backyard?
Correct.
And State's exhibit number 62A, is that the wallet belonging to Mr. Beltran that was recovered under your marker 17?
Correct.
And was that collected also for evidence?
Yes.
Okay. State's exhibit number 63 is showing us what?
That is the west side of the property, so the west end of the residence leading towards the backyard, so you're facing south.
So as I'm walking in front of the house, I've made a left turn, and the side of the house is what I'm seeing there.
Correct.
Mr. Beltran's ID would have been off of the photograph.
Correct.
And to the back is part of the backyard.
Correct.
State's exhibit number 64A. What are we looking at now?
Now you are in the backyard, but on the west end of the backyard. And you're seeing that aluminum metal fencing on the backyard, in the backyard.
And so for point of reference, in State's photograph 63, we see a meter here.
Correct.
And is that the same meter that we see on the left-hand side of the photograph?
Yes.
So now we are looking at the backyard this way.
Correct.
Ms. Carmona, did you say that was 64? Or 60, that's 64, not 64A, correct?
64.
Okay.
State's exhibit 65. What are we looking at there?
Now you're in the backyard of the residence, but it's the entire south end of the residence, or backyard.
This would be the back of the house,
Correct.
and this area right here is that same fence that we have seen in the prior two photographs.
Correct.
In State 64, we see the clothesline,
Correct.
and in State's exhibit 65, we see the same clothesline.
Correct.
To the lower right quadrant of the photograph, hidden a little bit from view by part of the clothesline, what do we see here?
There is a chair that's towards the back fence.
And let me show you State's exhibit number 66. What are we seeing there?
That's the clothesline that we previously mentioned, and then the chair that's leaning against the back fence in the backyard.
And State's exhibit number 67 is showing us what?
That's a close-up of the chair and then also possible blood right at the top of the aluminum metal fencing. And
Now, on the backyard.
Correct.
Had you been told or had you been advised that there was a secondary scene associated with with this crime.
Yes,
And would that, based on what we're seeing here, be on the other side of this fence?
correct.
Did you tend to that secondary scene, or was that left for one of the other members of your unit?
Another CSI responded.
Okay. So did you continue, as part of your documentation of the scene, photographing the rest of the house?
Yes, the exterior property.
Okay. And let me show you State's Exhibit number 76. What are we seeing here?
That is still the back side of the residence.
And for point of reference, this porch, is that the same porch that we're seeing in the State's Exhibit number 65, this porch right here?
Yes, towards the back of the photo.
State's Exhibit number 77, is that a continuation of, what are we seeing in State's Exhibit number 77?
That is the east side of the property, and we're looking at the east side of the residence.
So now we have, once again, turned around, going towards the front of, towards the street,
Correct.
and that is what we're seeing, the left side of the house, which would be, I mean, the right side of the house, which would be the
East end of the residence.
east of the residence. So I can't keep east, west, north, and south after 60 years of life. Number 78, what are we seeing here?
That's facing south, that same east side of the property, and the north end of the residence.
So the prior picture we were taking, you were taking the photograph from the back to the front, and in this one, you're taking it from the front to the side, to the front to the back.
Correct.
And State's Exhibit number 79, what do we have there?
That's stepping back a little further, and we're taking I'm taking a photograph of the front yard and the east side of the property and residence.
Now, when you are going around the house and taking photographs of the front, the back, the front yard, are you also looking to see if there's any other pieces of evidence that may be of value?
Yes.
And anywhere else in the property, did you see any other shell casings or any other projectiles?
No, not while I was taking my overall photographs.
Now, there are some photographs, in the photographs, there are some vehicles in the front of the house. Were you asked to process some of the vehicles at the scene for prints?
Not in this photograph, but I was asked to process it.
No, I mean in the earlier ones that we saw.
Yes.
Okay. And exactly what vehicles were you asked to process for prints?
I was asked to process the Chevy minivan.
The white van that we saw with the doors open?
Correct.
Did you process any other vehicles for prints?
No.
And how did you go about processing the vehicle for prints?
I used black powder and a fingerprint brush and lifting tape to lift any prints I located and place them on a backing card with identification marking the case number and the location I obtained the prints.
Once again, had you or anybody else been told that anybody of interest might have touched that vehicle?
Correct. That's why we process the vehicles for latent prints.
Just like you did before, in case there was any evidentiary value if they later developed as a potential piece of evidence.
Correct.
Now, you collected How many shell casings in total from the scene?
10.
At a later date, specifically on November 26th, were you asked to process those casings for any potential fingerprints?
Yes.
And how did you go about doing that?
I brought the shell casings back to our crime scene section and used super glue fuming as well as latent print powder and a dye stain to obtain latent prints.
Did you develop any prints on any of those shell casings?
No.
Now, let's talk a little bit about fingerprints because in one of your earlier responses, you said that you might have lifted some prints that you collected and put on a card. When you are processing an item for prints, do you determine the value of a potential print when you're lifting?
No.
And so whatever lifts you might have lifted on the other items that you processed, specifically the Chevy van, that was for somebody else to determine.
Correct.
So there was something there and somebody else is going to test. On the casings, was there anything at all?
No, there was no ridge detail I could locate to submit into that identification section.
Because I deviated from my notes. Let me show you State's Exhibit number 57. And tell me if you tell me what that is.
That is the Florida driver's license for Juan Guitron.
Where was State's Exhibit 57 collected from?
It was located underneath the front porch, underneath the area where the decedent, Sergio Guitron, was located.
Was that item collected before you had a chance to photograph it?
Yes.
And it was immediately underneath where the body of Mr. Guitron was?
Correct.
May I have a moment?
Yes.
No firearm was recovered at the scene when you were processing this house, correct?
Correct.
I don't have any other questions, Judge. Would pass the witness.
Well, it's still afternoon break time. You've been in there 6 hours and 45 minutes, so I'm gonna go ahead and give you an afternoon 15-minute break. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Please do not do any research related to the case, and please avoid any reports of the case outside of the courtroom. All rise for the jury. Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. The witness may step down and enjoy the break. Just please do not discuss your testimony with anyone. I wasn't sure how long your cross would be, but they've been there for an hour and 45 minutes, so I thought it was a good idea to go ahead and do that. So, yeah. All right, we'll check on them in like 15 minutes. It usually takes them 20 minutes to all go to the restroom back there. There's only one restroom for them. But so you're safe for 15 minutes at least. Perfect. I hear the jury's ready. Is everyone?
Your Honor, what we had wanted, there was an issue for the next witness, that rather than take a break,
Uh-huh.
I figured we'd
Yeah.
address.
Yeah.
There's one photograph that I've got an issue with.
Okay.
Crime scene Ramirez, went into the Keetley residence, I wanna say it was in the evening of November 28th, or going into the early morning hours of November 29th, and she took some pictures. One of the pictures is depicted in what your Honor's looking at. You can see like shoes and stuff all over the floor. One of the pairs of shoes are these black boots. And my issue with that is that there's gonna be, I believe, a suggestion that somehow those are Michael Keetley's shoes. It's never been proven. As you and I both know nowadays, we can do internal DNA swabs of shoes. And that wasn't done.
What's the significance of them, though, even if they are Michael Keetley shoes? Do they match the prints at the scene?
No, I was going there next. They don't match the shoe cast that this crime scene.
So what does it matter if they're his? If there's an inference if they're his, but they don't match the shoe prints at the scene, I mean, what's the point of them?
Judge, several of the witnesses referred to the fact that the assailant was wearing black boots or black work boots. So that is the significance of that photograph.
Hence, my objection, because I knew that's where they wanted to go. But, we can't just throw things out there when you find things in a house that's lived in by multiple people. And then there was a simple solution: swab the inside of the shoes. Do whatever you need to do with those shoes. None of that was done. We don't know anything about those boots or who they belong to.
What's the state's position? Who's gonna?
It's me, Judge. Give me a second. Judge, they were found in his house. They are similar to the ones that the victims say the assailant was wearing. And it really goes to the weight and not to the admissibility.
It's true. It really does. It goes to the weight. Now, you can make all those arguments. You can argue that they didn't prove they were his. You can argue that they didn't prove anything. If they're in a house, all those things you said are things you tell the jury, which goes to the weight of it, not the admissibility. So, all they're going to be able to say is these were found where they were found. It goes to weight, not admissibility. So I'll overrule the objection. They'll get to use it. When they offer it, what you can say is, I'll say anything other than previously discussed so that you don't waive the objection.
That's fine.
Okay. Anything else before we bring them back and finish with this witness? All right, let's bring in the juror.
Except for that one. So make sure you highlight that one so that he can say what you just said.
Well, so let me ask you this: if I highlighted all,
No,
what if
you
I
just-
just show them all, introduce them all, and then preserve your ruling?
But then just again, we'll say just other than what discussed. If I say you have the objection and you say no other objections than discussed, then the record will reflect it. It's preserved.
And let me make sure
I
that
order
I
it
put the
preserved.
number.
104A.
It's 104A.
Thank you for that, so that we know what we're discussing now. So when you say other than what was discussed, what was discussed was 104A, and you have an objection to that.
Exactly. No, that's fine.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
All right. Jury entering.
Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may see this time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to turn now to the cross-examination of this witness. Ms. Gowdy, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
So, I wanted to show you, here we've got State's Exhibit 5C, and that's, as you described earlier, looking at the front of this residence, correct?
Correct.
When I point to this particular area right over here, which is, as we're looking at this photograph, it's to the right of the steps. Do you see that area?
Yes.
Do you know how tall or how many feet off the ground was the top of this particular wall?
No.
And when we look at exhibit number 59, we see this white minivan, and I think you said that the reason why that one was processed for latent prints is because the detectives wanted it processed for latent prints, correct?
By me, correct, yes.
All right, they wanted you to do it.
Correct.
Correct? And because there were other cars or vehicles on the scene that weren't processed
By
you,
me.
correct?
Correct.
And if we go to 31, now 31 depicts these two holes, correct?
Correct.
And do you have 31, or is it over here? Is 31 over here, so that I don't have my writing on it? Let's see. So, you didn't correlate those two holes to the damage in the window, correct?
Correct.
Those were separate bullet holes, correct?
Correct.
And because of the fact that they appeared straight on, like a straight shot, you and the detectives were analyzing when you were looking at this particular area of the porch, that they were possibly made by a shooter that was on the ground, correct?
Correct, possibly.
Because it's not consistent with somebody being on the porch, correct?
Correct.
And when we talk about on the ground, we're talking about in this area, correct?
Correct.
And that area is the same area that the shoe print was found, the boot print was found, correct?
Correct.
Which is depicted in exhibit number 58B, correct?
Yes.
Could you tell, is this the toe part or the front part of the boot or shoe?
I cannot confirm it. I'm not trained in shoe wear analysis.
Okay. And then here is another close-up of those holes. And what was interesting and why you all looked at these holes is that they weren't holes that appear to have been shot up and angled downward, correct?
Correct.
They appear to have come straight out and gone into that wall of the house as we see them, correct?
Correct.
As far as the shell casings and the spent bullets, you've been doing this for how many years now?
Currently, approximately 17 years.
17 years. And it's possible that projectiles and shell casings move around when people, either first responding police officers or first responding medical emergency personnel, respond to a scene and are trying to treat surviving victims, correct?
Objection, Your Honor,
Hold
calls
on.
for speculation.
I'll caution the witness not to speculate. Only the witness can only answer if she knows that to be the case.
For this case?
Well,
In
maybe
general.
rephrase the question.
In general.
But do not speculate.
Okay.
In general, part of your training and part of your experience has been, you know how light a cartridge casing is, correct?
Correct.
And same thing goes for a spent projectile, right?
Correct.
And so those are things that, in your experience, you know they can bounce, correct?
Correct.
And they can be moved and kicked around, correct?
Correct.
So when you go out to a crime scene, your responsibility is to document what you find, where you find it, which you did in this case, correct?
Correct.
And you did it through photographs as well as writing reports and then impounding it and putting it on envelopes, correct?
Correct.
But you don't know if those items got there because they were kicked, as opposed to that's where they ultimately landed, correct? When they got fired or removed from the weapon, correct?
Correct.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you.
Redirect.
No, sir, thank you.
May this witness be excused by the state
Yes, sir.
and by the defense?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Step Down. You may be excused as a witness at this time.
Thank you.
I'll ask the state to call your next witness.
State calls Henry Bose. Henry Bose.
Mr. Bose. Mr. Bose, good afternoon and welcome, sir. You'll come forward to be sworn. Wherever you're comfortable, you'll face me and raise your right hand to be sworn as a witness. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, thank you, sir. If you'll follow the bailiff around to the ramp, just straight through there. Please watch your step, though. There's some cords. I know they're taped down, but just watch your step. And then when you get to that chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. There should be a microphone in front of you, and it is adjustable. All right, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record.
Henry Earl Bose.
Mr. Bose, what do you do for a living?
I own a body shop since I was 22.
And as part of you owning that body shop, do you paint cars?
Yes.
And have you owned that same business since you were 22?
Well, I had one in Indiana, sold it when I moved down here, and opened up another one down here.
Was it the same type of business?
Yes.
So you were painting cars back in, did you say Indiana?
Yeah.
And you also painted cars once you moved here to Florida?
Yes.
And where is your business located at?
It was located at 12545 44th Street, Clearwater, Florida, 33762.
I want to ask you about 2010. Where were you working in 2010?
I'd sold my business in 05 and just peddling at home in my garage.
Okay. And were you still painting cars when you were
Yes.
working at home? And you would paint cars at your home, is that correct?
Yeah.
Where were you living back in November of 2002?
963 Sunrise Drive, Tarpon Springs.
So out in Tarpon Springs.
Right across from Anderson Lake, or Anderson Park.
Do you know?
Lake Tarpon.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you. Do you know a person by the name of Michael Keetley?
Yes.
How do you know Michael Keetley?
Well, he always bought and sold cars.
And did you ever
I
paint
painted
cars?
a bunch of Corvettes for him, other stuff.
And so you would paint cars for him, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you know where Michael Keetley lived back in 2010?
Not really, somewhere there. See, I'm from Pinellas. He was in what, Pasco or not? I don't know, Pasco, Hillsboro, I don't know.
You didn't know where he lived?
Never been to his house, no.
Because you live in Tarpon Springs and that's located in Pinellas, is that correct?
Yes.
And he would bring his business over to you?
No, just one time. My other shop that I sold, he'd always bring me stuff.
Okay. Is Michael Keetley, is he present in the courtroom today?
I don't see him. Yeah, I do. Right over here in the green shirt.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect he's identified the defendant?
The record shall so reflect.
And you said one time, do you remember, was that close to Thanksgiving when you saw him?
Yes.
Was that the Friday after Thanksgiving, November?
Objection to leading.
Do you remember what was the date when you saw him?
26 maybe?
Okay. Did you give a sworn statement to a Detective Lugo in this case?
Yes.
And would you, looking at that sworn statement, would that help refresh your recollection as to the date?
It was right after Thanksgiving, but almost 26th, 27th. 27th, I want to say.
Okay. Would looking at your statement that you had given, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Absolutely.
Mr. Bose, I'm going to ask you just to read this, not say anything, but just read it so you can take a look at it. Sir, what was the day that you had seen him?
The 26th.
And was that the day after Thanksgiving?
I believe so. Thanksgiving on the 25th.
And before you saw him, did he call you on the phone?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury, and have you spoken with him on the phone before?
Well, yeah, years ago, you know.
Did you recognize his voice?
Yeah, yeah.
And did he identify himself as Michael Keetley?
Well, he didn't have to, because I knew
You recognized his voice? Okay. What was the purpose of that phone conversation?
He wanted me to two-tone a van for him.
Did you agree to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any sort of discussion about paint?
Well, yeah, I told him I didn't have enough paint or clear to do it, so he'd have to pick some up.
Did you tell him where he could get paint, the kind of paint you needed?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
Well, there was a Napa, they call it Genuine Paints. Okay. Now, but back then I think it was something different.
And
on
so
Overton, okay, west of 66th Street.
And where was that located at?
On Overton, west of 66 on the left. 539-6272 is our phone number.
And did you give him directions on how to get there?
I believe so. Told him where it was, yeah.
And what did he buy at that? What did you need for him in order to paint his
Clear,
vehicle?
activator, some tape, log paper, and paint.
And what did you instruct him to do? To buy those items and bring them to you?
Yes.
And did he do that on that same day?
Yes.
When he called you, did you recognize the phone number that he called you from?
No, I didn't, because I went to call it back later, and kind of sounded like a fax machine, and then I got thinking it might have been a
Objection
tape
is
on
to
it.
speculation.
Yeah, I caution you don't speculate.
I-
That's when you say I got to thinking, it sounds like you speculated.
Well, when I
Don't
called the number,
Objection.
it kind of
wait,
beeped.
just hold on. Let me let her ask you another question. Sorry about that. Okay.
Mr. Bose, did a person answer that phone when you called?
No.
Okay. Did you hear anything? What did you hear on the phone when you called the phone?
Kind of like a fax machine does at first.
Did it make a sound?
Yeah,
Like a
It's
fax
have been
machine?
10 years, you know, had a different, I don't know, you know. You ever call a fax line by mistake?
Sir, I'm going to ask the questions, okay? I understand. Nobody answered the phone, is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And there wasn't any sort of message or recording, is that correct?
No, there wasn't.
Just made a kind of sound?
Yeah.
All right. And at some point, were you at your home at that time when you received that call?
I believe I was.
And what time did he come and see you at your home?
I'm not sure the exact time. My nephew and I had taken a car back to Florida Auto Exchange in Dunedin. You know, we had to, one guy's got to drive one and one guy's got to drive another one, a chase car to pick us up, you know.
And you did that after you received that call from Mr. Keetley, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you came back, who was at your house?
Mike was sitting out front in a lawn chair.
Okay. And did he have a car with him?
Yeah, he had a blue Ventura van.
And was he doing it, had anything been done to the van before you got there?
Yeah, he pulled the tail lights out and the front headlights.
And is that something that needs to be done in order for you to paint it two-toned?
Well, to do a nice job, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification. State's Exhibit 176, 175, 177, 178, 179, 180, and 181. Mr. Bose, can you just take a look at all those photographs? And you've seen these photographs before, correct?
Yes. That's it. That's the one.
Just look at all of them, and then I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And is the van that is depicted in these photographs 175 through 181? Does that fairly and accurately depict Michael Keetley's van after you painted it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 175 through 181.
Any objection?
No.
They'll be admitted.
Mr. Bose, can you tell me what you did to the vehicle?
Well, we just wrapped it, you know, tape lined everything off, then sanded it and covered it with paper and plastic to keep the overspray from getting everywhere.
I want to go back a little bit. You said that you had to wrap it. How do you wrap the vehicle?
Well, you tape and paper.
Tape and paper it. Okay, and did you do that all around the vehicle?
Yes, you have to. If not, overspray will get on the windows, on the roof, and you can't get it off, really.
Did anyone help you with taping and wrapping the vehicle?
My nephew and Mike helped.
And you said when he was there, the vehicle was all blue. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what part of the vehicle did you paint?
The lower, like the body side moldings down.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 175. Is that the front of Michael Keetley's vehicle? And you can look up, there's a monitor right in front of you, sir.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Now, if you look at the sides, look at the side of it.
Okay. And right now in this photograph, it's two-tone, is that correct?
Yes.
And this, what color is this right here at the bottom of the?
I don't remember. I'm thinking of BA off of a Ford, which is a gold.
A gold tone color?
Yes.
Okay. And did you, when you painted it, did you paint it yourself or did you have assistance with that?
No, I do the painting.
Okay. And so you painted this part of the vehicle, it's the lower part of the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And before that, it was all dark blue?
Yeah.
State's Exhibit 176, is that the side view of it?
Yep. Now you see the style line right above the body side molding, that's where you break it at.
Okay. Are you talking about this?
Above the molding, right in there, there's a style line, no below your finger.
No what?
It's got like a little style line, it's called down the side, that's where I break it.
Okay. So again, all of this painting down here, this gold paint on the bottom half of the vehicle is what you painted.
Yes,
State's Exhibit 180, is that the other side?
mm-hmm.
And again, you painted all of this, the lower portion
Yes,
of the
The
vehicle.
complete bottom, yes.
Okay. Prior to that, that was all navy blue,
Yep, both sides, bumper to bumper.
or I'm sorry, dark blue. State's Exhibit 181, again, that's the front portion of the
Yeah, now
van.
if you look at the collar, it matches the interior pretty much. Okay, which is a sandstone, beige, camel, whatever you want to call it.
Okay. And so again, prior to painting this, the lower half of the vehicle, it was all blue, correct?
Yes,
Again, State's Exhibit 178. Did you also, so the back of the vehicle,
yes.
did you paint this as well, that same color?
Yeah, the bumper cover and everything.
Okay. In State's Exhibit 178, I'm gonna point to, is this the taillight?
Yeah.
Okay, that had already been removed before you started painting, is that
Yeah,
correct?
there's only 2 screws to hold them in.
But you did not remove it, is that correct?
No, Mike was doing the best he could with his left hand.
Okay.
You know.
State's Exhibit 179. This was also removed, this light in the back of the vehicle?
Yes,
Okay. And you can also see that this, again, the bottom portion had been painted, is that correct?
yes,
And you are the one that painted it the
Yes.
Friday after Thanksgiving?
yes.
State's 177. It's the other side, back of the vehicle. Again, the lower portion is the part that you paint, is that correct?
Yes,
Prior to that, all one color.
yes.
Before you started painting the vehicle, were there items in the vehicle?
Well, yeah, you know, there was some, I don't know, looked like, what do you call it, fast food things?
Did
You know,
you
a little
see-
trash.
Sorry.
See, Mike's just like me. When I had my body shop, I doing Nicholas Finance, Regional Acceptance, Mercury Finance, doing their repos. And you wouldn't believe some of the stuff that was in them cars. Okay. So I
Is there-
just figured Mike had just bought the van to resell it and
I
have a
understand that,
two-ton.
Mr. Bose. Did you see everything that was in the vehicle?
No, I didn't. Anything is gonna be, no, I don't pay attention to that on cars.
You certainly didn't take an inventory of everything
No.
that was in that vehicle.
No.
During the course of while he was at your house, did he obtain some trash bags and start removing?
Objection to the leading.
I'll sustain, rephrase.
Did you see him do anything to the inside of the vehicle?
I didn't, actually. He got up earlier, unwrapped it, and I guess got a couple trash bags and, you know, put,
Objection to what he does is,
Yeah, I'll sustain and instruct the witness not to guess. Testify only to what you know, what you observe, but don't speculate, don't guess.
Did you see any trash bags that were filled at your house when Mr.
Yes.
Keetley was there? Describe what you saw.
pardon?
Describe what you saw. How many what kind of trash bags were
I
there?
don't remember. I'm thinking they were green trash bags, the big ones, and he'd already taken them out, put them out by the trash.
Okay, so you saw them out by the trash?
Yeah, I didn't,
They had they been there before?
no.
Okay, how many of those big green trash bags did you see out there?
2, well, when you take paper off the whole van, you know, they're gonna have at least half a trash bag, maybe more, a good trash bag.
But you saw trash bags out there, is that correct?
Yeah,
More than one,
yes, 2.
two, and they were full, is that correct?
objection is to the leading.
I'll overrule. You can answer the question.
I didn't go look, to be honest with you, what was in them.
Well, did they look half full, full, or
Yeah,
empty?
3/4 you know, but like I said, all that paper off a van, that's a big vehicle,
Okay.
especially when you're covering the whole
But sir,
thing.
you didn't see him remove the paper, is that correct?
Objection, leading.
Sir, did you see what he put into those bags?
No,
You just saw that they were 3/4 full, correct?
yes,
And they were out there by the trash.
yes.
And did you tell law enforcement about those trash bags?
I believe I did.
You made it a point to tell them about the trash bags, correct?
Well, no, he was questioning me. And
Try not to lead the witness.
he,
Yes.
he was asking me questions, and I told him what transpired.
Okay. Sir, did he pay you for painting that vehicle?
Yes,
How did he pay you?
cash, like he always did.
How much did you charge him for painting the vehicle?
I really don't remember, 150, maybe 200.
How long does it take for paint to dry?
It depends on the temperature. I didn't start painting that car till about midnight or so, or got done about midnight. There's no way we could unwrap it, so he slept on the couch in the living room.
Slept on the couch and waited for it, correct?
Yes.
And you were painting that late into the night, is that correct?
Yeah, I got done around midnight. And it has to dry for 4 to 8 hours, depending on the temperature.
Was there more than just one coat on the car?
What do you mean?
Wait, hold on.
She's on the hard tank hearing.
Yeah, if you could speak a little, the microphone amplifies your voice, so we're gonna need to make sure that you're close enough to amplify your voice. Thank you, let us know if you can't hear.
Was there more than one coat of paint on the car?
Well, when you do a base coat clear, you gotta go around it. If you're covering a dark color with a light color, you're gonna have to go around at least 3-4 times to get coverage. And then you gotta go back around 2 more times after that dries and put 2 coats of clear on it. So it's a good 3-hour process.
Just to paint it, correct?
Yeah.
With several coats?
Yes.
Okay, and can that affect the amount of time that the car is supposed to dry?
Well, your last coat's, your clear is what's gotta dry. The base dries within 15 minutes.
Okay.
You wait 15 minutes between each coat. Okay, and when you go to clear it, 15 minutes after you put your last coat of color on it, you go on with a coat and let it sit 15-20 minutes, and then go back again, and then that's got to sit for 4 to 6 hours, 8 hours sometimes.
Sometimes 8 hours.
Yeah.
And you didn't finish until around midnight, is that
Right,
correct?
right.
Okay. And did you say Mr. Keetley spent the night there?
Yes,
Did you see him the next day?
yes.
What was he doing the next day?
Well, he was up working on the van.
Okay. And when you say he was working on the van, what does that mean?
He was unwrapping, taking all the paper off of it, and
So he did that by himself?
yeah, that's easy.
Okay. He was able to walk around the van, is that correct?
So stand your face.
What did you observe him do?
Well, he was putting the taillights back in, which is simple, and he'd unwrapped it.
So he put the taillights, did he put any other parts back on the vehicle?
I believe 2 headlights.
The materials that he brought over, the paint and the clear coat, what happened to that?
Well, we used I think he only got a quart for the clear and a pint of activator, and that's plenty to do that. And once you put the hardener in the clear, you gotta throw the other away, 'cause the leftover. The paint, I don't remember what he got, a quart. He left the paper and what tape, that was it. Paper and tape was left over.
And so I want to ask you this, so you saw him that Friday after Thanksgiving. When had you seen him before that day? When was the last time you had seen him?
I don't know, I wanna say around '08 maybe?
It had been that long since you had seen
Yeah,
him?
yeah.
2008?
Yeah.
Were you aware that he had been shot?
Yes, my wife worked at Tampa General, and I found out through a friend of mine, Kevin Kwasinski, so I asked my wife to stop in and see him.
But you had not seen him since then, is
No.
that correct?
No,
And in fact, you think the last time you saw him was 2008?
yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yeah.
Sir, I want to go back to that phone call that he made for you when he called you to paint the car. That was made on the same day the car was painted, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
At some point, did he need to make a phone call while he was at your house?
Yes, he did.
And did he make that phone call at your house?
Nope, we don't have a landline.
Okay. Did you offer for him to use your phone?
I offered him my cell phone.
Okay. And what about your nephew?
I believe my nephew did too.
Did he want to use your cell phone?
No, he said he'd rather go down and use a payphone. So my nephew took him down there.
And when did that occur?
I don't remember the time. A couple hours after he got there, maybe an hour after he got there.
Okay. But he had to be driven there, is that correct?
Yeah, because his van had no headlights and taillights.
I've nothing further, Your Honor.
Right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bose.
Afternoon.
Mr. Bose, let me pick up where we just left off. When the three of you went to the convenience store,
No,
correct?
not I. My
So it was-
nephew and Mike.
And they were picking up also some Gatorades and drinks, since you were gonna be working on the van and, painting as
Yeah,
you did until midnight,
I
correct?
think, that part I don't remember.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Keetley, when you saw him on this particular day, he could barely use his right arm,
I know
correct?
that. Hmm.
Is that true, sir?
Yes.
And he could use his left arm a little better, but not much better.
Well, yeah, when you're right-handed,
Right. And you noticed that when he was there,
yes.
correct? Now, I think you said that putting in taillights and headlights are easy,
Yeah,
okay? Somebody has some use of one hand can put it in and then use the screwdriver or whatever.
yeah, I've had to do that myself.
You can do it
I broke my
yourself.
arm, okay? I'd lean up against the part and hold it in there and then use my left hand to put screws and stuff in.
Okay. And I think, and I just want to make clear, you had known Michael Keetley for a long time,
Yes,
because he used to buy and sell cars.
right.
And that's how you all knew each other, and you painted cars before for him in the past.
Yes,
And he always paid you cash.
yes.
If I could have 1 second, Your Honor.
Yeah.
No redirect.
May he be excused by the state
Yes, sir.
and by the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You may be excused as a witness at this time.
Thank you.
Mhm. Please watch your step.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes. you still have the stipulation?
Did I take it back with me? I did.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, before the state calls the next witness, we have what is called a stipulation. It is titled Stipulation to Identity. Before I read it to you, there is a brief instruction that I must give you. That instruction reads, when lawyers and parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is, this is the stipulation that I'm going to read to you. It is hereby stipulated by and between the state of Florida and the defendant Michael Keetley that Sergio Guitron and Juan Guitron, the persons named in the indictment in this case, died on November 25th, 2010 in Hillsborough County, Florida. We hereby certify that the foregoing stipulation is made in good faith and for the reasons herein alleged, dated this blank day of February 2020, and that it is signed by Michael Keetley, Leanne Gowdy, and Jay Pruner. I will hand it to the clerk, and I'll ask the state, you want the book back while you're up here?
Sure.
I'll ask the state to call your next witness.
The state calls Dr. Mary Mainland.
Dr. Mary Mainland. Dr. Mainland, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon.
If you'll face me wherever you're comfortable and raise your right hand to be sworn. Thank you. Do you swear affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, nothing but the whole truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff around to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone does adjust.
Okay, all set.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May you please state your full name for the record?
Mary Catherine Mainland.
What is your position?
I am Deputy Chief Medical Examiner for Hillsborough County.
And what are your duties as the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner?
Primarily determining cause and manner of death in cases that fall under Statute 406.11.
And how long have you been at the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office?
11 and a half years.
Always as a medical examiner?
Yes.
And have you worked at any other medical examiner's office before coming to Hillsborough County?
Yes.
And where was that?
I worked in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and in Kenosha, Wisconsin, Kenosha.
And how long did you do that at each of those offices?
Each of those 3.5 years.
Are you a licensed medical doctor?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury your education and where you went to medical school?
Sure. I went to medical school at the at the Medical College of Wisconsin in Milwaukee. Received my MD from there. Following that, I did a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology, again in Milwaukee. Following that, I did a fellowship in forensic pathology, and I did that in Richmond, Virginia. After that, I passed my boards. I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
Is forensics pathology, is that a specialty in the medical field?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology basically deals with determining cause and manner of death and documenting injuries. And, cases under 406.11 that have the potential of certain litigation are also, we are allowed to examine all manners of death, not just natural deaths. So accidental, homicidal, suicidal deaths come under our jurisdiction.
You also said you were board certified. Is that in forensic pathology?
I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
And can you briefly tell the jury what it means to be board certified in those areas?
It's a credential. You probably always want a board certified doctor over a non-board certified doctor. We have to pass some rather rigorous exams.
Okay. Is there other components other than examinations part of board certification?
No.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology in a court in Florida?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Oh my goodness. Probably close to 100, maybe more.
As part of your duties as a medical examiner, do you perform autopsies?
Yes.
And I'm going to specifically ask you about medical examiner case number 10-7181 and 10-7182. Did you perform the autopsies of both of those cases?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what is the purpose of an autopsy and how it is conducted?
Sure. The main purpose of an autopsy is there are a few purposes. The main one is to determine cause and manner of death. So the disease or injury that killed the person and how it happened, natural, homicide, suicide, accident. The other purpose of the autopsy is to document diseases and injuries.
And prior to conducting an autopsy, as part of your duties as a medical examiner, on occasion, do you also go to the crime scenes if a suspected homicide has occurred and a body is still on scene?
Yes.
Okay. And going to medical examiner case 10-7181 involving the deceased victim, Sergio Guitron, did you respond to the scene for that particular case?
Yes.
Can you tell us when you responded to 604 Ocean Miss Court?
I think we got the information about 9 o'clock in the morning that day. It was Thanksgiving. I was on duty, and I know I arrived at the scene about 9:45.
And you said Thanksgiving. Is that November 25th of 2010?
Yes.
Can you tell us, can you describe what you first observed when you got there?
Yes, it was a single-story home with a large porch. It appeared as though there had been some partying going on, drinking beer, playing cards. And law enforcement had already been there for quite some time. But of interest to me was the body of Mr. Sergio Guitron. However, I'm probably mangling the name. I'm sorry.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 6A. Does that look familiar, Dr. Mainland?
Yes.
Okay. And you said of interest to you, obviously, was the victim in the case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you get there, do you yourself take photographs so you can document it for your own purpose?
Yes.
And you did that in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 58A. Is that just a closer view of the victim, Mr. Guitron, in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit number 56. Is that the condition he was in when you arrived there?
Yes.
Okay. And before anything is removed or taken from him, does law enforcement wait for you to be there? Is that correct?
Yes.
And are you the one who removes those items?
Either I do or they do, but I'm always observing.
Okay, it would be in your presence, is that correct?
Yes.
Is the, do you have jurisdiction over the deceased body in Hillsborough County?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be something that would be done in your presence, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you are there any items that would be collected from him prior to him being removed and taken to your office?
Personal items, such as things in the pockets.
What about jewelry? I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 56A.
Yes, that typically would have been removed also.
And after it's removed, what happens to those items?
They're taken by law enforcement.
When you were on scene, did you notice anything while you were there? Did you make any observations of him on scene?
Yes.
And what did you do? Did you do a physical examination while he was there?
Yes.
And what were your observations of him while he was still on scene?
As I recall, may I refer to my scene report?
If it'll help refresh your recollection, yes.
Thanks. Right, the body was cool. It was in rigor mortis, which means it was stiff after death. And I saw that there were 2 gunshot wounds to the body.
And were you able to determine at that time whether or not one of those was an entrance or an exit?
Yes.
And what was your determination?
I determined that there was an entrance wound in the right shoulder and an exit wound in the left armpit area.
Were those the only observations of injury that you made while you were at that location, 604 Ocean Mist Court?
He had some minor scratches.
And at some point, is he taken to the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's office?
Yes.
And was there an autopsy that was performed on him?
Yes.
And what day did the autopsy occur?
That same day at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification. State's Exhibits 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, and 88. First, let me show defense counsel.
Objection.
I mean, when you take a look at all of these photographs. Do you recognize all the photographs?
Yes.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of the victim in this case on the day that the autopsy was conducted?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce into evidence State Exhibit 80 through 88.
Any objection? They'll be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Okay.
Dr. Mainland, when you do an autopsy, do you, after you get him to the medical examiner's office, is there also another visual examination of him prior to doing the autopsy?
Yes, we perform a more thorough external examination of the body. At this point, it is unclothed.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 80. Can you tell us what is in State's Exhibit number 80?
Yeah, this is Mr. Guitron, Sergio, and this is just a picture after the clothing has been removed, after he's been cleaned.
Okay. And is there the medical examiner office number that I asked you about before, is that a unique number specific to his case, 10-7181?
Yes.
And were there any tattoos on Mr. Guitron, Sergio Guitron?
I don't think so. Let me double check, please.
Okay.
He may have had one. One of these victims had one. And I don't recall which was which. Okay, I don't mention, let's see. I don't mention tattoos in this report.
So he didn't have any tattoos, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And State's Exhibit number 81. What is that a photo of?
This is a photo that we take routinely of Head and Shoulders for potential identification purposes.
Okay. Was there any injury that was depicted on Sergio Guitron's face?
Yes, there's a, if you can see, there's a little red mark involving his right eyebrow.
Okay. That's, you said over his right eyebrow, correct? Is that where I'm pointing?
Yes.
And what causes that type of injury?
That's just a scrape or an abrasion. We call them abrasions. It is from blunt impact, so someone or something striking his head or his head striking something.
Could it be caused during a fall if he were to hit his head after falling?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 82.
Again, that's an abrasion or scrape, and this is the right knee.
And you're referring to right here where the measurement is next to, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 83. Can you tell us what is being depicted in State's Exhibit number 83?
Yeah, this is an entrance gunshot wound.
Okay. And you're referring to this area right here?
Yes.
And where is that located on his body?
It's on the right shoulder area.
Okay. And how can you tell that that is an entrance wound as opposed to an exit wound?
The appearance is fairly typical for an entrance wound. It's fairly round. It's got a nice ring of abrasion around it, or scratching, and no soot, no gunpowder stippling. But
what is the significance of there not being any soot or stippling?
that tells me that without considering the clothing, that I cannot determine the range of this gunshot wound.
Is that something as a medical examiner you could possibly determine how far away the shooter was when he shot the victim?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that there was the absence of soot and stippling, is that correct?
Yes.
So what can you tell us about the range or the possible range, how far the shooter was from this particular victim when he fired the gun?
We would call that an indeterminate range. So depending on the weapon, the individual weapon itself, and the specific ammunition, it could be maybe 1.5 feet, 2 feet, more than 1.5 feet, 2 feet away from the body.
Okay. So anywhere from 1.5 feet, 2 feet or more, is that correct?
Yes.
But it could possibly be as close as 1.5 feet to the victim when he's firing that weapon, is that correct?
Yes, depending again on the weapon.
Okay. Now there's an absence of soot and stippling, is that correct? Can there be an absence of soot or stippling if the person is wearing a shirt?
Yes.
So it could potentially be closer if the person is clothed, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 84. Tell us what is being shown in State's Exhibit number 84.
This is an exit gunshot wound, and it's just below the left armpit.
And how does, sorry to interrupt
Go on.
you.
Kind of on the side of the chest.
And you're referring to this area right here, and it's below his armpit.
Yes,
And this would be his armpit in the upper part of the photograph, is that correct?
yes,
Okay. And this was on the left side, is that correct?
yes,
The entrance room that you've already testified to, that was on his right side, correct?
correct.
So it entered into his right side and then exited out his left side, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us how you can distinguish between the entrance wound and the exit wound?
This exit wound is, it's a little more irregular than the entrance wound. There's also, around the border of it, there's no abrasion, but there's fat that's kind of everted, so sticking out of the wound. There's a little bit of bruising around it as well. We tend to see that in some exit wounds.
Okay. And which you can see that around this particular exit wound, is that correct?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 85.
This is just a photo of Mr. Guitron's back.
And again, he didn't have any other injuries than the one you have just already testified to, is that correct? The abrasions and the one gunshot wound?
Correct.
Did you do an internal autopsy of Sergio Guitron?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us the findings of your internal autopsy?
Yes. The bullet, first of all, the gunshot wound and the bullet, the most important. The bullet went into his chest cavity on the right, around the level of the third rib. It went through his lung. It went through the pericardium, which is the sac that holds the heart. It went through the main artery that leads to the lungs, the pulmonary trunk, and through the left atrium, which is one of the chambers of the heart. It also wounded the left ventricle, which is another one of the chambers of the heart. It went through the left lung, and then it exited the body as we saw in the photograph.
So there were no projectiles or anything recovered from inside of him, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of Sergio Guitron's death?
Yes.
And what is that?
Gunshot wound to chest with perforation of heart, lungs, and pulmonary artery.
And the manner of death?
Homicide.
Now, you've told us about the path of travel, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us about, you said it was from right to left, is that correct?
Yes.
And what about from back to front or front to back? Can you tell us anything about the angle of the path of travel?
Back to front.
So when you have, based on that path of travel, would it be consistent with the shooter being slightly behind him to the right?
Yes.
Can you say anything in regards to whether or not, would it be consistent with Mr. Guitron being down on the ground or laying down on the ground when he received the shot?
It could be.
It could be consistent if he had been down on the ground, is that correct?
Yes.
Either, could it be consistent with him kneeling on the ground?
Yes.
And would it also be consistent if he was actually laying down on the ground?
Yes.
Was all of his clothing collected?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 86. What's in State's number 86?
We have a polo shirt and some boxer shorts, and it looks like there are jeans and a belt at the very bottom.
And what happens to the items that are, his clothing items that are removed from his body?
We lay them out at the medical examiner in the morgue, dry them, and they're packaged up and turned over to law enforcement.
Show you State's Exhibit number 87. What's that a photograph of?
That's a photograph of the shirt,
And is this
and that's the back of the shirt.
back? I zoomed this. Can you tell us what is depicted in the upper right-hand side of the photograph?
Yes, there's a hole in the shirt, and I consider that consistent with a gunshot wound.
And the back of the shirt, that also would be consistent. States number 83, his back right shoulder, is that correct?
Yes.
So that, where that hole is in the back right of his shirt, correct?
Yes.
States Exhibit number 88. What's depicted in that?
These are the shoes that Mr. Guitron was wearing.
So these were all the items that were removed from his body prior to the autopsy, is that correct?
Yes.
And they would have been turned over to law enforcement and impounded and collected as evidence?
Yes.
During your internal autopsy, are there samples, biological samples that are collected from the victim in order to conduct any sort of toxicology tests?
Yes.
What type of items are collected for that purpose?
We routinely remove blood, urine, if there's any available, vitreous humor, which is the fluid from the back of the eye wall, bile from the gallbladder. We also collect samples of liver, solid tissue, and brain.
Okay. And were there any, were those, may I have one moment? And those items are collected for toxicology purposes, correct?
Yes.
Is there a toxicologist on staff at the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And would those items, those fluids that you have mentioned, would they be sent for her to run toxicology tests on, drug tests?
Yes.
Would you see a copy of her report?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, who is the toxicology that is on staff at the medical examiner's office?
Julia Pearson, PhD.
And is she the chief toxicologist at Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's office?
Yes.
And she would prepare a report after she's conducted those tests?
Yes.
And is that something that she would then send to you for you to review as well?
Correct.
Is there anything about the drug testing that would affect your opinion as to cause or manner of death?
No.
Now I'm going to ask you about medical examiner 10-7182, the victim Juan Guitron. Did you also perform the autopsy on Juan Guitron?
Yes.
And what day was his autopsy conducted on?
November 26th of 2010.
And he was not on scene, is that correct, at 604 Ocean Miss Court?
Not by the time I arrived.
And was he transported from the hospital to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And would you have received records from the hospital indicating when he arrived there and his time of death?
Yes.
And when was he pronounced deceased?
Death was pronounced at on November 25th at 5:42 in the morning.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification. States Exhibit 89, 90, 91, 92, and 93. through 93. Please take a look at those photographs. Do all these photographs accurately and fairly depict Juan Guitron and the day of his autopsy in these photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibits 89 through 93.
Any objection?
No.
They will be admitted at this time.
Was there again in this case as well, was there a
Sketching.
visual examination of Mr. Guitron prior to you conducting your autopsy?
Yes.
And did you note any injury to Mr. Juan Guitron?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 89. What is this a photograph of?
This is an identification photo of Mr. Juan Guitron.
And again, it contains the unique medical examiner number that is assigned to him, 10-7182. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 90. Can you tell us what is depicted in State's Exhibit number 90?
This is the body of Mr. Guitron as it was received from the hospital.
Okay. I want to ask you about these sutures that are across his body and his torso and then go down his stomach. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes. The incision down the stomach was the first one made by the surgeons at Tampa General Hospital. They were exploring the belly looking for injury. The second one going across the chest is what we call thoracotomy incision. While Mr. Guitron was on the operating table, he started to decompensate, and they opened his chest in order to try to resuscitate him by actually massaging the heart.
So all of this was medical intervention, correct? This is how he arrived at the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's office?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us what is located in his mouth?
That's an endotracheal tube.
Again, something that he would have received at the hospital during medical treatment?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 91. What's depicted in State's Exhibit number 91?
This is the back of Mr. Guitron, and there are a couple injuries on the back consisting of 2 gunshot wounds.
Is there one of the injuries that you have spoken about next to where this, again, the measuring tape is?
Yes.
Okay. And then is another one in his lower back on the left-hand side
Yes.
of the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you is that a close-up of the wound that was located in his upper back area? Not upper back, but let's see, I'm going to go back to 91. Is that a close-up of this injury on the right-hand side of the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell again by the appearance of this wound whether or not it was an entrance or an exit wound?
This is an entrance wound.
And again, how can you determine that that is an entrance wound?
It's fairly round and regular. There's a thin rim of abrasion around the border of the wound that's a little bit thicker on the right side of it.
I'll show you State's Exhibit number 92. Is that a close-up of the wound that was on his lower back?
Yes.
Okay. Again, can you tell us whether or not it was an entrance or an exit wound?
This is also an entrance wound. It's a little more irregular looking, but it is an entrance wound.
Is there also some bruising on his lower back?
Yes.
Were there any tattoos on Juan Guitron?
Yes.
And what was that? Where was it located?
On one of his hands.
Would looking at your medical examiner help refresh your recollection?
Yes. Yes, it was on the right hand.
And was that the only tattoo that he possessed?
Yes.
Did you also do an internal autopsy of Juan Guitron?
Yes.
Can you tell us your results of the internal autopsy?
Yes. Well, there were the upper wound that we saw caused damage to the chest area. It was on the right side of the spine, but it crossed over to the left side, and it went through the lower lobe of the left lung and the left seventh rib. It exited kind of in the left armpit area again.
I'm going to show you again State's Exhibit 91. The wound that you're talking about right now is the one located right here. Is that correct, in the center of the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 90. Can you tell us where the exit wound is located?
We can't see it on this photograph, but if you look at the suture line and the incision that goes across the chest.
And you're referring to the right-hand side of the photograph, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, in this general area?
Yes.
Okay.
Probably a little bit further back.
Okay, so when you go, you're gonna go around this area right here?
Yes.
Okay. And was there an issue with being able to see the exit wound?
Yes, because the surgeons cut right through it.
Okay, but when you did your internal autopsy, you could see the path of travel from the back, where it entered in his back and where it exited out the front hand side, is that correct?
Yes.
And were there any organs damaged in the path of travel for the wound that occurred in the center of his back?
Yes, the lower lobe of the left lung was perforated, and then there's also a broken rib.
Now we want to talk about the injury to his lower back, which is shown in State's Exhibit number 92. Can you tell us the path of travel of that particular bullet?
Yes, this bullet went through, again, it went through the soft tissues of the back. It struck the left side of the rib cage, breaking the 10th rib. It went through the kidney and the spleen, also the liver and the stomach, and it also caused a kind of a graze injury to the pancreas. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
It exited, it went through the right 5th rib, and then exited the body.
I'll show you again State's Exhibit number 90. Can you tell us where the bullet exited?
Yes, you see a mark there just above the right nipple.
Referring to this kind of depicted almost in the center of the photograph.
Yes.
That was the exit wound.
Yes.
Was there a lot of bleeding or internal hemorrhaging that occurred in Mr. Juan Guitron as the result of those gunshot wounds?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause and manner of death of Juan Guitron?
Yes.
And what was the cause of death?
Gunshot wounds to torso with perforation of lung, liver, kidney, and spleen.
Again, showing you State's Exhibit 91. Those are the entrance wounds, is that correct?
Yes.
That would show that the shooter was directly behind Mr. Guitron when he fired those shots?
Yes, he was behind him.
Okay. Would it be consistent with Mr. Guitron being down on his knees when he was shot?
It could be,
Could it be consistent with him laying down while he was shot?
yes,
Depending on whether or not the shooter was standing over him?
correct.
Were there also those same samples, biological samples and fluids that were taken during the autopsy of Juan Guitron?
Yes,
And they would have been preserved and sent to your chief toxicology for examination?
yes,
And again, you would have received a copy of her report?
yes.
Anything about those toxicology results affect your opinion as to cause and manner of death?
No,
Had nothing to do with it?
correct.
You want me to have one moment? Was there any, again, looking at State's Exhibit Number 91, was there any evidence during your visual examination of any soot or stippling?
No,
Can you can you give us an opinion as to how far the shooter would have been when he fired the gun?
barring anything being on the shirt, as we discussed in the last case, these are of indeterminate range, so probably about a minimum 1.5 feet, 2 feet to anything farther out.
Okay, so the shooter could have been as close as 1.5 feet away, is that correct?
Yes,
Or farther away?
yes,
But again, you don't have the shirt, or you don't know whether or not he was wearing a shirt at the time, is that correct?
correct.
And so it could possibly have been closer.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd pass the witness. I was gonna put them in here, and you can have all of them.
Okay.
I'll take this.
Good afternoon, doctor. How are you?
Swell, how are you?
Well, I'm here. So, when you responded out to 604 Ocean Mist that morning, on Thanksgiving morning, Mr. Guitron, Sergio Guitron, had an odor about him that was indicative of alcohol, correct?
Yes, alcoholic beverages.
And you noted that when you were out there,
Yes, I
correct?
did.
And as far as he is concerned, you did have the shirt,
Yes.
correct?
Yes,
And you could look at it, and I think go into it, and see whether with your eye you saw any soot or stippling, correct?
yes,
And in fact, you didn't put a positive on that in your notes, correct?
that's correct.
Which is indicative that you didn't see it, or you forgot to fill that out, correct?
Yes, and if I were to judge from this photograph,
Yeah.
I don't see any.
You didn't see any. Because normally, this is something, you're pretty thorough, this is something you would pick up on, and if you saw it, you would tell law enforcement when you gave them the clothing, hey, you may want to get the shirt analyzed by Florida Department of Law Enforcement, correct?
Yes,
Now, as far as Juan, since Juan went to the hospital first, you get him in the condition we see him in one of those first photographs, correct?
correct.
Let me get to where I was going. The entrance wound here is. The entrance wound that we see here, the exit wound corresponded almost straight across, correct?
Yes, a little bit right to left.
Okay, a little bit right to left, but pretty much like, how would we describe that? Kind of like instead of downward or upward, it's more like a straight path between what we're seeing here and where the exit wound would have been, which was touched by the surgeons that were performing surgery on him, correct?
Right. And I think it was a little bit upward.
A little bit upward,
Judging
correct?
from where the incision was.
Okay. And that's consistent with him having been standing and the shooter being behind him, and either Mr. Guitron falling or leaning forward, that little slight upward angle, correct?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Doctor.
Redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
May the doctor be excused by the state
Yes, Your Honor.
and by the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, doctor. You may step down. You may be excused as a witness at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll ask the state to call your next witness.
Maria Rosario Ramirez.
Ms. Ramirez, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon.
If you'll come forward to be sworn wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. You swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff around to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone does adjust. Perfect. You
May I
may
inquire,
proceed.
Your Honor? Ms. Rosario Ramirez, could you please state your full name for the record and spell it?
And spelling?
And spell it.
Maria Rosario Ramirez, Maria Rosario Ramirez.
And how are you employed, ma'am?
I am employed with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office as a crime scene investigator.
How long have you been a crime scene investigator for Hillsborough County?
11 years.
Prior to joining Hillsborough County as a crime scene investigator, did you have any prior experience in any other agency?
Yes, with the Tampa Police Department in the same capacity, and I have 6 years there.
In your capacity as a crime scene investigator, did you, on November the 25th, 2010, did you become involved in the investigation of the murder of the Guitron brothers, which took place at 604 Ocean Mist Court?
That is correct.
Did you respond to that scene?
Yes, I did.
At approximately what time did you arrive?
I don't recall. If I may refer to my report.
Yes, please, if it will refresh your recollection.
Yes. Around 0800 hours.
And by that time, had other members of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department Crime Scene Investigative Unit been processing the scene?
Yes.
Was that Crime Scene Investigator Patel?
Correct.
Were you briefed upon your arrival as to what had happened at that address?
Yes.
Were you tasked with, what were you tasked to do at that scene?
I was tasked with the processing of vehicles that were at the scene for latent prints.
All right, let me show you what has already been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 5 and State's Exhibit 79, and ask you if you recognize what's in both of those exhibits.
Yes.
What do you know that to be?
The exterior front of the residence and vehicles within the residence.
And what, and are the, okay. State's Exhibit number 5 is showing some vehicles in front of the home?
Correct.
Were those any of those vehicles that you were asked to process?
Yes.
And which vehicles did you process from there?
If I may refer to my report.
Yes, please.
Is a Ford Focus, a four-door silver Ford Focus, a Dodge Charger, a four-door gray Dodge Charger, and a Nissan Altima, four-door brown Nissan Altima.
The gray 4-door Dodge Charger, were you tasked to, did you dust the entire vehicle or only a portion of it?
Only the driver's side.
And are those the two of the vehicles?
I can't tell. I believe it's the second one behind the white SUV.
The blue one right here? I mean, this one right here?
Yes.
And how about this one?
That appears to be in Nissan Altima.
Okay. On November the 27th, were you dispatched to 4935 Bonita Drive, which was a secondary location associated with this investigation, to assist the detectives in the execution of a court order search warrant in connection with this investigation?
Yes, that is correct.
Do you know at what time you arrived on November, at what time you were dispatched and at what time you arrived?
If I may refer
Yes,
to my
please.
report. I was dispatched approximately around 23:35 hours, and I arrived there at 00:16 hours.
And so 23:35 is around 11:30?
That is correct.
And you arrived the early morning hours after midnight on November the 28th?
Correct.
Now, so that we're clear, you're not involved in obtaining the probable cause for the search warrant?
No.
In your capacity as a crime scene investigator?
No.
You are not the author of the search warrant?
No.
Is that correct?
Correct.
What was your job when you responded to 4935 Bonita Drive?
It was documentation of the scene itself, by documentation meaning photographs taken.
In this particular instance, were you also tasked in taking into evidence any items?
No.
Was that done, if at all, by somebody else?
Yes.
Did you know 49, or had you been advised that 4935 Bonita Drive to be the home of the Keetleys?
Yes.
Let me show you what has been marked for identification. States Exhibit 100, 101, 102, 103, 104A, 105, 106, 108, 112, 113, 114, 124, 125, 126, 126A, 126B, 127, 128, and 129. And for the record, I have previously shown these. Oh. There are two photographs, Judge, that I am not showing you.
Well, come on down, Detective.
with the exception of two photographs, which I'm not showing.
Why don't you just, you gave us a total list, if you wanna give the two that you're taking out.
126A and 126B.
All the other ones that you previously
Correct.
listed will be admitted, those two are not admitted at this time.
Now, during this process, were you working at the direction and in conjunction with the detectives that were executing the search warrant?
That is correct.
Do you remember who they were that night?
I don't recall at this time.
Oh. I couldn't find them because she has them. Now, the photographs are, the photographs taken before the actual search happens,
That is correct.
and why?
To show the condition or the layout of the residence and items from within.
Okay, so let me show you State's Exhibit number 100 and ask you if you can share with us what this is.
This is the leading off the road to the residence and the driveway and a gate prior to entering the residence.
Okay. And the residence would be shown in this area right here.
That is correct.
State's Exhibit 101.
That is the front door with the numeric of the address.
And what type of residence is this? Two-story,
Two-story.
Or split level, two-story?
Yeah, two-story. It was a different layout.
And is that the main entrance of the house?
Correct.
When you walked into the house, is there what I'm gonna call a foyer area in the home?
Correct.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 102 and ask you what it is that we are seeing here.
That is a table, kind of like at the entrance in the foyer area.
Okay. Now, this photograph 102 shows both the table and the settee next to it, and it appears to be cluttered.
Correct.
Is that the condition that the house was in when you all first arrived?
Yes.
This wasn't as a result of the search?
No.
103. What are we seeing in that photograph?
It's the same area, just from a different angle, and showcasing more of the items on the floor and in the background.
Because on the first one, you're concentrating more on this area, and now you're taking it from the other area?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 104A.
Those are just items on the floor.
And were those part of the foyer area?
Yes.
And we see here the table and the chair?
Correct.
And is that associated with this area right here?
Yes.
So that we get a better idea of where it is. In 102, do you see a bag of dog food?
Correct.
And 104A, is this that same bag of dog food?
Yes.
Was there more than one bag of dog food in that particular location?
I don't recall.
Now, moving from the area of the foyer to the living room, let me show you State's Exhibit 105, which has already been admitted in evidence. Is this the living room area of that home?
Yes.
What is it that from what direction did you take this photograph and what are we seeing there?
I don't recall the direction, but it's a general overall of the living room area.
Are we seeing part of the kitchen as well in that photograph?
Yes.
And on this side table, is there a computer?
Yes, a laptop.
A laptop?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 106, which has also been admitted in evidence. Is this a view from a different perspective of the same area?
That is correct.
With the same laptop on the table?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 108. What are we seeing in State's Exhibit number 108?
This is the kitchen area.
We see some items on the table. Was that the condition of the home when you first arrived?
Yes, it was.
On the kitchen counter, let me show you State's Exhibit number 112. What are we seeing there?
A notebook on top of the kitchen counter.
The composition notebook. Was this on the same kitchen that we saw in the previous picture?
Yes.
On the other side of the counter?
Correct.
Did you also take photographs of the composition book to a particular open page?
Yes, I did.
Let me show you States 113 and 114. Is that a photograph of one of the pages of the composition book?
Yes.
And 114, is that a photograph of the same page of that composition book?
Yes, it is.
And we can tell that it's the same page, or can we tell that it is the same page because on the lower portion of State's Exhibit 113, we see the writing Oswaldo Barrios Bailon, 10/18/82, POB, meaning place of birth Mexico, 28 years old. And that same line can be seen on State's Exhibit number 114 to the top of the photograph.
That is correct.
Were there any bedrooms associated with the house that you participated in photographing?
Yes.
Was one of the bedrooms leading from the kitchen?
Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 24. What are we seeing here?
The entry to a bedroom off from the kitchen.
Okay. All right, that's why I was missing half of the photograph. I had to adjust it because I realized that it was enlarged. So this is the same kitchen that we saw in prior photographs?
That is
the
correct.
Stove, the one of the counters and the shelving?
Correct.
And this is I'm gonna call it a door that leads into a bedroom.
Correct.
State's Exhibit number 125. Is that a photograph of the same bedroom?
Yes, it is.
Now, based on State's Exhibit number, the prior photograph, State's Exhibit number 124, when we first look into the photograph, there is what appears to be a open door closet.
Correct.
Is that correct? And is that the same open door closet that we see on State's Exhibit number 125?
Yes, that is correct.
With the bed next to it?
Yes.
And once again, this was the state of the bedroom when you first arrived?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 126, what is that depicting?
A firearm.
Is that the cubby hole, a close-up of the cubby hole that we saw on the open closet on State's Exhibit 125?
Yes.
And this item right here?
It's a firearm.
Let me show you 127. And what are we seeing here?
Just overall from a different angle of the bedroom.
Now is that the one and only bed that was located in that bedroom?
Yes.
Showing you 125, we have the bed right here.
Correct.
With the little table and the closet. Putting things in perspective for the next photograph on 127, that's the same little table. The closet would be to the right of the photograph, correct?
Correct.
And the bed as it was, and the, what I'm gonna call curio shelves, is that what is portrayed in this photograph?
Yes.
$128. What are we seeing there?
Just items on a desk.
Was that table located also in the bedroom?
Yes.
And we can tell that because of the curios on the prior photograph?
Yes.
Do you know what this item is?
No, I can't tell.
From that photograph?
No.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 129. Is that a close-up of that table?
Yes.
And do you now recognize what's on that photograph as a drum magazine on the table?
Yes, an ammunition drum, yes.
May I have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions of Ms. Ramirez Rosario, Judge. The state will pass the witness.
All right, cross-examination?
None.
They should be excused by the state
Yes, sir.
and by the defense?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You may be excused as a witness at this time. We have the attorney's approach.
Thank you.
Need somebody to come back down? Miss Carmona or? With the attorneys about scheduling and things like that, I am sending you home. So for the weekend, I want you to have a very good weekend. I want you to not discuss the case about anything about the case amongst yourselves with anyone else. Also not to do any research related to the case, and please at all costs avoid any reports of the case in the media, social media, or any other forms. Now, next week, as you know, it took us to the fourth day to get a jury selected, or well, third day, so we just started and we still want to get this done in 3 weeks. We'd like to maybe go a little later, a couple days next week, so I want to give you plenty of forewarning. Tuesday and Wednesday, it looks like. Tuesday, we'd like to go till maybe 5:30, and then Wednesday, at least 5:30, and maybe even a little later. I don't want to keep you beyond 6, but depending on where we're at with the witnesses, we're looking at going, because I know that I had promised you early on 4:30 every day. So to make up a couple hours, we'd like to. So I want you to think about it, see if you can make those arrangements, and then I'll talk to you about it on Monday. But Monday, we'll get out of here no later than 5. All right? So with all those other reminders about not doing any research, not talking about the case, and avoiding all research, I'm going to send you home, but I do need Miss Ward-Bridges to just stay behind just momentarily. I have to discuss something with you. All right? So all rise for the jury. Oh, it was? See, it said number 2. Oh, okay, then maybe. You're not the one who sent me this note? No, okay, then I'm sorry. Then you can remain behind. Whoever sent the note, remain behind briefly. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You can even stand. I don't think it's going to take very long. Just let me get the other. All right, the jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. Ms. Joseph, we had received this note from you when Ms. Gregory was testifying, that you might have known Ms. Gregory from outside of before she testified. Is that correct? Is there anything about that prior contact or knowledge of Ms. Gregory that would affect your ability to remain fair and impartial and judge her testimony here the same as any other witness who has testified?
No.
No, there's nothing that would affect your ability.
I know her by Bree only. We at lunch. My husband and I just spoke at lunch, and I said, "Yeah, let's go into where she works tonight. Not to see her, but she's there all the time. But we do have conversations, very general conversations. But as soon as I saw her, I did not know her last name. I didn't."
Okay, so you're not going to go there then?
No.
Okay, all right. And just to verify, even though you had brief conversations or seen her there in the past,
We have not discussed anything about the case. I don't know anything about that.
no. Okay, I do appreciate that. That's very helpful. And then most importantly, there's nothing about that knowledge of her that will affect your ability to remain fair and impartial and judge her testimony the same as you judge all other witnesses' testimony?
Right.
All right, thank you very much. Oh, all rise. All right. The juror has exited. Everyone may be seated.
Right, and Your Honor, now I asked Mr. Keetley if you had any additional questions he wanted me to ask, and the answer was no.
Okay, I appreciate that. So There's nothing, no concern or, okay, or from the state?
And again, following up on Ms. Carmona's lead from earlier.
I will. Mr. Keetley, you heard and saw and you know that your attorneys have said there's no problem with that. You agree with that, sir?
Yes, we do.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Keetley. All right. Anything else before we break for the week?
No, sir.
All right. Have a good weekend. We'll try to start 9 a.m. bright and early.
Yes, sir.
Well, you have Mr. Weed, but I'll remind
Well,
him
yeah,
to be
we'll
here
try to get Mr. Weed here early.
I will remind him. The other side's Nick Brady, so I know he'll be there.
Are you the UT student in the back? Professor Garrick's student? You can come on down. Rachel, come on down. Are you taking her criminal justice? Come on down.
You look so nervous. Stop looking.
Yeah, don't be nervous. We won't hook you up or anything. How are you doing? Nice to meet you. You taking her criminal justice class? Criminology, that's right. I know she teaches two classes, one criminology and one criminal justice.